Ahoy hoy! I am Planarwalk, and welcome to another stream. Let me switch over. There we go. How is everyone doing in chat? We've only had a few people in chat. Although I did notice when I went to put the chat on my stream that there was like 2 dislikes already, so maybe this is a controversial thing. I don't know. Let me just grab the link here. Yeah, there we go. How many dislikes do we have? Can we reach 10 dislikes? Oh, it's still 2 dislikes, so it wasn't too controversial, I hope. Iron Horse says change it to walk the plank. Why would I do that? Maybe it's a pun on my name, Planar Walk, rather than Planar walk the plank, maybe. I don't know. Or people downvote whatever you do because they think you'll talk about them. Iron Horse made it 3. Cool, we only need 2 more. Then we get to 5. Oh, actually, we're at 8 likes, so maybe we should try and get to 8 dislikes as well. Who knows? Anyway, let me bring up Firefox here. Because that's what I have all the stuff on. We're going to be talking about Facebook. Facebook has decided to try and enact the dystopian hell world that you'd expect from Mark Zuckerberg, right? So it's decided to rebrand as a metaverse company. And the metaverse company, you know, in some ways it sounds cool, right? So, what does it say? It says here, what is the metaverse? And yes, Neil Stephenson's novel Snow Crash first mentioned the metaverse in 1992, describing it as a shared virtual space where users can interact. Now, on its face, it sounds pretty cool, right? It's like I'd like to be able to go outside, put on some glasses, and then might be a few different things that I can see. Like maybe I can see everyone else's usernames, like in RuneScape. That'd be pretty cool. But the idea of Facebook because Facebook is, at the end of the day, an advertising company, right? Just everywhere, what you're going to see is advertisements. That doesn't sound like a good thing at all, right? Like, sure, there'll be a few things, like, it'll tell you, it'll be like, okay, maybe there might be like a community post that someone put up on a building, but like, advertisements is just going to be everywhere. And they're going to be targeted advertisements as well. So, you know, you might be looking at something like the ads you had here when ads are required, but like advertisements on your house, right? Advertisements like on your walls, just like we do get enough advertisements as it is. Advertisements are a form of revenue for some people, but I don't like the idea of just being bombarded with advertisements in a virtual space that should be to what else would you use this what else would Facebook use this virtual space for? Like, they might use it for something interesting, but I can disable them, true, but like they do give me a bit of money, and if I didn't need as much money, I wouldn't have advertisements. You know what I mean? It's one of them things where I would disable them if I had like enough people on my Patreon. I'd probably be like, okay, cool, disable advertisements. Or if I had enough channel members, disable advertisements. That is a thing that I use for money. The idea of advertisements being everywhere is a little bit not ideal. Like, sure, Facebook will be able to do some. Sure, Facebook will be able to do some cool things, like I don't know, like maybe graffiti without needing to graffiti, without needing to spray paint over a wall. The problem is that I see this being just another way to push advertisements, which Facebook is an advertising company, which does make sense. And I have 5 dislikes. Hey! But yeah, like, it's also the idea that this is going to be, like, Facebook would probably try and have a monopoly on this. So yeah, I don't know, like. So the company, let's have a look at what other things there are. The company describes it as a set of virtual spaces where you can create and explore with other people who aren't in the same physical space as you. Can't we do that with, like, Discord? Isn't that a thing that you can do with Discord? Like, I can go onto Discord and I don't get advertisements on Discord. At least not most of the time. I don't, like, generally the only advertisements I get on Discord are people advertising their own thing. Oh, and a couple of advertisements for Nitro. That's a thing that Discord tries to push, but, actually surprised. Oh yeah, Discord collects your data, so that makes sense as to why I don't see any advertisements on Discord. But yeah, like, but the metaverse will go beyond providing space to chat with new and old avatar-based friends in the video game worlds in Roblox and Fortnite's early entrance to the metaverse, popular among young players. Pop stars have held live concerts and digital goods are traded for in-game currency. Yeah, I've never seen ads on Discord either. It's like, technically there are advertisements, but not really. It's why is Facebook getting... Frank Knight says, reminds me of the Karens that complain about the ads they get on Facebook, not realizing it's based on... True! Yeah, ads are always based on your own searches, right? Or what... So it basically says, okay, you've looked at this, so we're going to give you advertisements for this. Honestly, Facebook advertising sucks. Let me rephrase that. Facebook advertising sometimes sucks. Right? It has been getting better later. I'll go on Facebook and be like, oh, that looks cool. Even though it's like, it kind of looks cool, kind of doesn't look cool. It looks cool in the sense that it's like, okay, let's click on this, and then it's like, oh, this is just like stuff that, like, it's all in the same style. I was wanting this, but in a different style or something, But like, often I'll search like HDMI cable on Google, and instantly on Facebook I'll have like the same advertisements for the thing that I literally was just searching, the thing that I clicked on the link when searching for, and it's like, yeah, I did want this Facebook, but if I was going to buy it, don't you think that I would have bought it when I searched it on Google? I mean, it'll give me I'll search HDMI cord, right? On Google, it'll have the Mighty Ape link for an HDMI cord. Then later, I go onto Facebook, and it has an advertisement for HDMI cords from Mighty Ape, and it's like, yeah, I saw that earlier. Facebook. I was on Google. But yeah, that's very weird how Facebook does that. And Frank Knight says, I'll get you a link on Discord for these. It's from r/facepalm. Okay. I'll have to... let me know in the chat when I open up... when you send it. And St. Hurston says, on my screen, 15 likes and 4 dislikes. It was meant to be 5 dislikes. Iron Horse. You said that it was 5 dislikes. Where's the 5 dislikes? I'm mad now. I was hoping there'd be 5 dislikes. I should probably look. Hold on, let me open up this in a new tab, and then we can get 5 dislikes. Hold on, let me. There we go. Oh, here we go. I see 5 dislikes. All right. Actually, let me make it 6. There we go. 6 dislikes. Cool. And let me just pause this so I'm not my stream like a bunch of times. Can we get it to 10? Let's see. But yeah, this seems like some dystopian hellscape. Honestly, like there is like I do like the potential of things like AR and VR. Like this, it's just the issue with like companies like Facebook that I have the issue with. You know, like isn't Facebook owning? Don't they own Oculus or something like that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Facebook owns Oculus Rift, and that doesn't. And I don't like how companies like Facebook are owning a bunch of like all the different tech things. And why is it saying that my current bitrate is 0? Oh, the audio stream's current bitrate is 0. Wait, did I? I added a. So I added a thing to my mic. So whenever I speak, it will have noise. Whenever I don't speak, it will just quieten itself. Nifty thing. It's an audio noise gate. Paul's heart attack support says, Planet Walker, I think we're heading towards a dystopian hellscape. Yeah, it's one of the things where I don't like the way that things are heading with like Amazon like being okay. The thing that I really don't like, if we're gonna get into companies, is I don't like the way that Apple is like one of the highest valued companies in the world. Right? My question is how? Their products aren't good. Like who buys their products? Don't you need to actually have people buying their products to become a highly valued company? Like they give off this this veneer of as if there's some sleek, futuristic company. It's Apple. Their products barely work. Like, their products are poorly designed. Their products are... Okay, I suppose their products are designed to get you to buy more Apple products, right? And that's why I don't own any Apple products, because if your business model is based around me buying your products, that's a bad business model. Yeah, the products are okay, but they have very high markup is one of the things. Like, if I want to buy a phone, I'm gonna buy I'd rather buy a Samsung phone. Now, there's certain things I don't like about Samsung, like the fact that every time you set up a Samsung phone, it wants you to create a Samsung account. It's like, no, I can just use my Google account to get all the same shit, right? Whereas with Apple, you don't even have the option of using a Google account to get all your stuff over there. If you have an iPhone, you don't get all your Android stuffs. The terms and conditions are basically we own anything that goes on our product. Oh yeah. Like, doesn't the App Store on Apple, if you have a logo that you put on the App Store, that logo is now owned by Apple or some shit? I remember seeing that from the Ticket realm, and I was like, what the how is that even legal? There's got to be like a way. Emerald says, Android is slow and unresponsive. I never have issues with my Android, though. Maybe it's just your phone is slow and unresponsive. You know, like... I have had slow Android phones, but they were very old phones, even for the time that I got them. And Liquid Flame says, just about every Google app is available on the Apple Store, including the Google Assistant and Google Drive. I'm not saying that there's like completely different apps on Apple App Store and Google Play. The issue is more with the fact that the Apple App Store and Google Play are two completely different things. If I buy something on the Apple App Store, I'm not going to be able to... I don't have it on Google Play. Right? Maybe there is... maybe Google Play is available on the Apple App Store, but I don't think... Because the Google Play stuff is designed specifically for Android. Oh, yeah. But because Google Play stuff is designed specifically for Android, it's probably not going to work on an Apple phone, right? And Paul's Heart Attack Support says, if you drop a Samsung phone, it's still... Oh yeah, like, I have dropped this phone many times, and it still works. Buy something on... Yeah, well, if you buy... I mean, yeah, I know the thing, but most things can use Android, right? Not everything works on Apple. Well, actually, the only thing that you can use the Apple Store for is Apple products. Google Play is used for all Android things. You don't have to be locked into Samsung. You don't have to be locked into... you don't have to be locked into Samsung. You don't have to be locked into LG. You don't have to be locked into Huawei. You don't have to be locked into Sony. All these things are... You know, They don't lock you in. Glenn Collins says most apps will now allow you to transfer everything over without paying extra. Yeah, that is a good thing, but it's something that has to be done from an app, right? The app developer themselves has to do it. You know, like sometimes sucks. Android phones even admit secondary shops like the Huawei store. Sadly, this one becomes mandatory for Huawei. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like the secondary shops, to be honest. I have used. Oh, no, I didn't use a secondary shop. I used Nokia's shop a long time ago. It was alright, I guess. It probably doesn't exist anymore. But like these days, I just ignore the secondary shops. Right, because they are going to lock me into the particular like if I use the Samsung store, that's going to try and lock me into buying a Samsung phone, right? That's the whole idea. The benefit of using a Samsung phone over an Apple phone, though, is that I'm not just locked into the Samsung store. I have the option of using the Google Play things. And Liquid Flame says, I see what you mean. You can't get a Samsung phone running iOS, but I'm saying it doesn't really matter at this point because they all have similar stores and ecosystem. It's, like, I get it. Like, there are, like, most things that are available on one store are available on the other. The issue that I have is with the fact that of being locked into a particular store, right? I'm not a big fan of that. And also, Samsung phones. I have never used an Apple phone, but I'm pretty sure that you can only put apps on your phone that are from the. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? But is it with an Apple phone you can only download and install apps from Apple Store? Is that the way it is? Like, if I want to download something else that Apple isn't going to allow on their store, can I do that? Or is that something that I can only do on an Android device? I'm very curious about this because you can install any app using APK on Android. With Apple, you have to go to Apple. Yeah, that's what I thought it is. And Frank Knight says, I think Apple might have a dev mode like Android but use security. Apple swear that this is a feature and not... Yeah, I understand, like, the more secure thing, right? However, the issue with that is that to have an app on Apple Store, on any Apple thing, you have to... you basically have to make sure you fit within Apple's rules. And there are times when you might want to be like, okay, this game looks cool, right? But because Apple Store isn't going to allow certain things, I may be wrong on this, you got to be like, okay, well, only way to install it is on Android. There are some games which, because they have nudity in them, you're not going to be able to install on an Apple phone, right? So that's another issue what I have with Apple. Like, Apple is just the worst company. Probably not the worst company. Surely there are worse companies than Apple, but it is one of the worst companies. Rick Knight says it's not sure because it's because of security. It will be because of security. Like, I don't doubt that. Like, the reason why they'll... I mean... So the way that it will work is by stopping people from installing apps that aren't verified by Apple, you're basically stopping people from installing malware, right? That is a security feature. However, most people probably aren't going to try and install malware unless they, unless they know what the... Like, maybe they don't know. Maybe there is a high epidemic of people on Android phones accidentally installing malware from, non-Google Play sources, but I kind of doubt that that's the case. There's also the fact that, Apple products just suck in general. Like, the amount of times I've seen a broken Apple product, like just the screen shattered, it's unbelievable. It got ridiculous in, I think it was in high school, right? Didn't really have to worry about it when I went to Polytech, because Polytech, other than the IT course, nobody uses Apple things. There's like one person that would use Apple products, and everyone else was like, yeah, PC Master Race. Surely the Apple Store wouldn't be full of malware. If you are fairly tech savvy, you can install anything which will run on an iPhone. You just need to install it as an app under test. I mean, that is fair. I think it's actually somewhat similar in... I don't know if it's somewhat similar in on Android. You have to give credit to Apple for getting the brand out there, though. I remember the websites posting the iPhone being like 50% of the market. Yeah, like, I will give them credit. Like, they do have... Whatever they've done, it's worked for them. I just don't like the way that they... I just really don't like the way that they try and lock you into buying their products, right? I mean, like, if you buy an Apple phone, right, the iPhone, then you have to buy their Lightning cable, right? You have to, you can't just use USB-C like everyone else unless you're living in the EU, I guess. Like, I think that's one thing. If you buy if you trying to think of other things. Oh yeah, they want you to use their AirPods, right? And I don't know if the AirPods would work with other things, so not sure about that one. But yeah, it's just a whole clusterfuck of them. Now, there are ways in which, like, Microsoft does the same thing, right? You buy a Surface, you're forced to use Surface keyboards. You're forced to use their stupid charger. Actually, it's not a bad charger. I will give them credit for that. Like, but it's like no one else uses that charger. But yeah, I just do not like companies that try and push this thing of I don't like even though I prefer PlayStation over Xbox, I don't like PlayStation or Sony doing this either. The whole you have to use a particular type of controller. At least though, with I believe with Sony and Microsoft, they do allow you to use other types of controllers or third-party controllers. Should I think that I have a controller that I believe is third-party, right? Yeah, so at least then there's still the options of like third-party controllers, but then third-party controllers will often still be expensive as Well, not quite as expensive, but fairly expensive as well. Like, I have a control. Oh yeah, I've got this controller here which is gathering dust. The reason why I haven't used it is because it screws up every time I try and use vibration on it. Iron Horse says 7 downvotes now, and I didn't even use a sock. LOL. Yeah, like I'm disappointed that it's not at 10 yet. I have been telling people to dislike the video. Sony portable memory card was a travesty. So only. Oh yeah, I remember. I actually was searching through my drawers for something recently, and I found my old memory card. I'm like, now there was a way of circumventing that, right? Third party is always great. But yeah, the way that I circumvented that was through, what was it? Putting a I'm trying to remember the words. Putting like a memory card in, which you put an SD card into this memory card, and then you put the memory card into the PSP. That's the way that I circumvented it. I mean, you're kind of making a point for me now. They're all similar at this point. Even products are starting to use USB for charging and stuff. There's not much difference anymore between them. Like, yeah, like I think the USB-C though was because of the EU, right? Wasn't that the thing? For the same data price, you could get SD cards for 25 to 50% off the price. Yeah. Like did they do it in the Vita? Because I do remember the PSP needing it. Did they continue that into the Vita, or was that something that... Meanwhile, whilst chat answers that, I will look for my bag. Somewhere. Because I do have an Xbox controller, which... This is another thing that I don't like, is how Xbox controllers, right? They work... Yeah, so an Xbox controller works fine with any Microsoft product, right? PlayStation controllers, on the other hand, they don't. I don't know why. I mean, Sony, like, surely Sony could like have a driver that makes it work. Is it? I don't know. Like, I don't know why PlayStation controllers don't work with Microsoft products unless you have like a particular thing to allow them to work. If I recall correctly, my Vita is a micro SD card. Okay. So I got an SD2 Vita, and that lets me use an SD card into the Vita as a memory storage for game. It does require that the VIA is... okay. Yeah, I never, like, for what I had... So did they use this... Did they use the same cards from PSP to Vita? Was that... Oh wait, no, it has a micro SD card but uses generic SD to delete it. Okay. So they can charge the people who make... I suppose, like... Alright, if it's something of Microsoft's doing, I can understand that. Right, because they'd want people to be able to buy, they want people to buy Xbox controllers. If it's Sony's doing, then I don't understand it, it's... Really don't. Not the same. New one. Oh, okay, so different memory format in the new ones. Okay. That makes... PS4 gamepads work on PC, but only if the game handles that. But that's because PlayStation doesn't use X input nativity. Okay. It's a real, like... That is a missed opportunity there, honestly. You can use PS3/PS4 gamepads on PC using some programs. CP, Scarlet drivers, X input drivers. Okay. Do PS5 controllers work? You'd think that they'd be like, okay, to use PS5 controllers for like whatnot and stuff, allow them to be used on PC because sometimes people just want a controller that they can connect up to their PC and just go, but because that's why I bought a Xbox One controller. Well, that in testing, I need to do the same thing for like for what is it? There's Nintendo Switch controllers because some of them can be connected up to your PC, right? That's PS4 and PS5 is pretty much the same PC. It's not the new feedback. Okay. I can play my PS4 using my Android phone while I'm out and use the PS4 controller with a phone mount. Yeah, that Switch Pro. I don't know. I know that there's certain controllers that you can use to put in, and you can try and make them work with your PC. I know someone made their Joy-Cons work with PC after a lot of... They had a really big headache getting that to work. But anyway, with it, I think a great thing to do would be go on to the next thing. On to Tucker Carlson, and his absent-minded face just greets us as soon as we... As soon as we go over to the thing, So, Tucker Carlson. The title of this is called "Why is the Trans Community Ruining Everything?" I don't know what he could be... I haven't seen this, so I don't know what he is talking about, right? Question is, will I be forced to agree with Tucker Carlson? Probably not. Or will we be able to... Or will we just melt our brains? Let's see, eh? Let's get into this. Tucker Carlson, what have you got for us? I'm going to turn the video down to a half volume. Let me know if it's too loud. Let me know if it's too quiet. It's probably too loud. Let's be honest.
Not so long ago, it was a feature of high school biology class that biological sex is biologically real. It's detectable at the DNA level. You are born with it. You don't get to choose it. You don't get to choose your height or your eye color, your susceptibility to breast cancer, or a million other things. It's genetic. Genetics are real. Maybe unfortunately, but doesn't change the truth of it. But now, that's hate speech. In his new special, Dave Chappelle, the comedian, explains what happens when you challenge this lunatic New Orthodoxy.
Cancel people that are more powerful than me. They canceled J.K. Rowling. My God, J.K. Rowling wrote all the Harry Potter books by herself.
Okay. Ugh. So, there is a bit to unpack here. There's a difference between gender and sex. So, I was surprised that Tucker Carlson was actually using the correct definition of sex there. Yes, sex is what is to do with your biology. There are, however, when people talk about being transgender, or when J.K. Rowling complains about people being transgender, she's complaining about their gender. Them choosing a different gender. And this leads into the whole stupid bathroom argument, where it's like, we can't allow transgender people to go into the bathroom, right? And then that's like a whole different problem. It's like, well, when you have transgender people, they don't necessarily look like the gender that they are assigned at birth, right? They don't look like, you can have a transgender person that you don't know what genitals they have. You know, like, do they have, you might have a transgender person who looks completely masculine and everything, like Buck Angel, for example, and you wouldn't want Buck Angel to go into the female's bathroom, because when you see a grown man going into the female's bathroom, initially there's a lot of people will think that's recipe for disaster. However, that completely gets ignored because they don't think about that, right? If you have a trans person that passes, then passes extremely well, like, you wouldn't, like, the laws that they want to have is that, you got to have particular genitals to go into a bathroom, right? And that leads to people that might look very masculine going into a bathroom that is, if you saw them going to that bathroom, you'd be like, okay, why are they going to a bathroom, right? If you saw someone, and you're not going to be able to do genital testing, right? You can't do genital testing, because that's just creepy as hell, right? Like, if you're going to go into this bathroom, we're going to have to check your genitals. That's why, and it becomes more of an issue when you have people that don't necessarily pass. Because you have people that, they may, you can have people that they may look somewhat masculine, but also somewhat feminine. They're somewhere in the middle. You don't know. Like, there are people which you cannot tell by looking at them what their assigned gender at birth was. You don't know, right? Mark Swarby says, do you have different toilets at home for men and women? What? You don't? Then why exactly? Why do we segregate everything based on gender? It actually really sucks sometimes, because, like, there's been times when something's been separated based on gender. It's like, well, I'm in the male group. Like, the female group, like, why? What if I want to hear the female group's opinions, right? And yet, when a masculine female to male goes into a men's bathroom, nobody bats an eyelid. Yeah. nobody bats an eyelid if Buck Angel goes into. Now, I'm not a big fan. I do have to iterate that I'm not a big fan of Buck Angel, right? I just realize that he looks very masculine. There's probably better examples for. I typed in Buck Angel. Right, like. Okay, I'm not going to be able to show. Hold on, we can get. Hold on, we can open image in new tab. We can drag very small image, right? But like, yeah, like that. That there is a man. He is a man, right? It is. Like, if you see him going into a bathroom, you'd expect him to go into the man's bathroom. You do not expect him to go into the woman's bathroom. And if he did go into the woman's bathroom, you'd have people asking, okay, why is that man going into the woman's bathroom? Alright. Let's see what else Tucker Carlson is going on about.
She sold so many books, the Bible worries about her. And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not exactly what she said, but effectually, she said gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad as they started calling her a TERF. I didn't even know what that was. But I know that trans people make up words to win arguments.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. I haven't seen the special. I really need to get around to seeing the special. So, J.K. Rowling, the reason why she is called a TERF is because she has said some pretty transphobic things. Like, she wrote a whole thing called TERF Wars, right? Which, like, what? Yeah, we've got this whole thing, got this whole thing here, right? Where it's like, so essentially what happened is she was initially called, I'm pretty sure she was initially called out for supporting someone, right? Who was, I think she said something like, I stand with this person, and the reason why this person, she said that she stood by this person was because this person was apparently fired from her job for saying something like sex is real or something like that, right? However, there was more to it than that, and so a lot of people were saying, hey, look, this person isn't, this is the reason why we don't like this person, not because she said this thing, but because there are other transphobic things that were said. She said that tweeted support for Maya for state tech specialists who lost their jobs for what were deemed transphobic tweets. And then people got mad at her for that. And rather than acknowledging that she might have been wrong about things, she was like, yeah, I'm going full TERF. Like, she wrote this thing here. I think this is, I'm not sure if this is TERF Wars, or if it was something else. Like, there's, and we can go on to say, like, she said, I've read all the arguments about femaleness not residing in the sexed body, and the assertions that biological women don't have common experiences, and I find them too deeply misogynistic and regressive. It's also clear that one of the objectives of denying the importance of sex is to erode what some seem to see as the cruelly segregationist idea of women having their own biological realities, just as threatening unifying realities that make them a cohesive political class. Like, the whole argument here is that the whole argument in what I just read there was that trans people are somehow, according to J.K. Rowling, somehow trying to erase gender and erase women's rights. Right? No one, no trans person wants to erase women's rights. This weird idea that, it's like, it's that sort of thing that people make fun of feminists for, right? Where it's, a lot of people make fun of feminists for saying that they just want more rights than men, right? And it's weird. It's weird to me that it's weird to me that some people say, "Oh yeah, I want." There are some people that say that they want more rights than men. However, it seems that TERFs really are the ones that do embody that kind of thing. It's like, well, what rights do females have that men don't have? Right, the right to go to the male bathroom, not the woman's bathroom. Like, I mean, are we really going to argue over that right? Like, the right to have your own bathroom. Well, men have the right to have their own bathroom as well. Like, Frank Knight says if it's about it's concern for women having to compete with biological males. But the thing is, like, the whole thing about the sports thing is one thing that can somewhat be understood. The issue, though, is that trans females that have been on hormone blockers, well, not hormone blockers, but they have to block testosterone, that have been on HRT, right? They, after about 2 years, most of the benefits afforded from growing up as a male are they're gone. And also with puberty blockers, if you go on puberty blockers, you don't go through a male puberty. You go because block that puberty from happening, right? And so they can go through the if you do not go from what I can tell, if you do not go through puberty, you do not get an advantage of, and you can say, right, there, because the whole trans people in sports is a very complicated issue, right? There are some sporting events where it's like, if you go through a male puberty, like let's say basketball, right? Then if you're in basketball and you go through a male puberty, you're probably going to be a lot taller than most females, right? Because males tend to be taller. However, that's not an argument against trans females being able to compete against females, right? That's an argument for, because all tall people in something like basketball have an unfair advantage, right? Isn't the point to get rid of unfair advantages? If if males have an unfair advantage over women, then tall people in basketball have an unfair advantage over short people. And I would love to see short people trying to play basketball. Like that, right? That does seem like a thing where you have a lot of like people that are 5 foot. Like, you don't get the old people doing the slam dunks. It would become a bit more like netball, but you know. The new testosterone levels allowed in the Olympics are extremely high for women and will delay feminization of characteristics, including muscle mass. I don't know. But then you've also got to consider... one other thing that's also considered is that there are people that have been denied. There are females that have been denied from competing in the Olympics because they had high testosterone levels as well. They were assigned male at birth. They were not trans at all. I mean, assigned female at birth, sorry. They're assigned female at birth, not trans at all. They're cis females. And they were denied from competing because they had high testosterone levels. It's a very complicated thing, honestly. Maybe we should... My solution to all this is let's separate it, not via gender, not via sex, but separate it through, brackets. Like, we do this for weight, right? If you are light, you don't go into the heavyweight classes, right? Like for boxing, right? You've got like lightweight, heavyweight, and all that stuff. You get separated by weight because people with certain weights have an unfair advantage over people with other weights, right? And and that allows people to compete with, if you decide, okay, I want to compete with this person in a different class, that allows them to. Although I suppose that can happen already, but I mean, I don't know. Generally, they have tests that have some level of androgen insensitivity. What, like the females that... I don't think that they had... I don't know, like... Generally speaking, gender does nothing for work and such. It's like the sports thing is that's the reason why conservatives use the whole sports argument is because it's something that they can talk about that is so complicated. And when you get into nuanced, complicated discussions, it is one of them things where you will get people that will say, well, I don't want to talk about this because it's a complicated subject, and I don't want to talk with someone that wants to take my rights away. It's one of these sort of wedge issues where they are trying to win on this wedge issue. And it's really complicated because if you have a height advantage due to going through a male puberty, that is an advantage that I don't think goes away. Right? I don't think going through a male puberty, I don't think the height advantage there goes away. So there are certain advantages that are afforded to people by going through male puberty that don't go away. There are certain advantages certain advantages, however, that are afforded. There are certain advantages that you get rid of when you take HRT. I think it's within 2 years. You stop. It's 2 years of HRT, I think, will reduce your testosterone to a point where you'll have the same sort of You're the same levels as a female, or same advantages as any other female, right? And Mark Swaby says, separate by skill levels, not sex, gender. Yeah, what's between you? Exactly. Like, that's what I want to do. Coming from a wrestler, I think you want a fair system measured by BMI, not weight. Yeah, that's probably a good thing, right? And now you will see, right? Now, here's the thing, and why a lot of things. What you'll see is when you have separate by something like BMI, I think, you will probably see a distinction of females being in one category, well, they'll tend to be in one category, and males will tend to be in another category. Some categories will have more females, and some categories will have more males, but that's more fair, right? The thing is, you will never, if you're a short kid, you're never gonna become a professional basketballer. That's not something that is going to happen. You might, but the likelihood of you being short and becoming a professional basketballer is that's a thing. Like, shouldn't we make it so that people who are short can become professional basketballers? Because tall people have an unfair advantage, so we should separate basketball by height instead. Like, let's have the short people's basketball thing, right? People, like conservatives, they don't talk about that. They just talk about trans people, and it's like, and like the issue is that they make it all about trans people, right? Or they make trans people all about sports. It's like, this is like this most niche subject when it comes to trans rights. Like, trans people want rights, and they're saying, well, if we have trans people if we have trans people in sports, then it's going to cause the downfall of civilization. It's like, well, can we talk about, okay, well, that's not true, but can we also talk about the fact that trans people don't have as many rights, and there are as most other people? Can we talk about that? And they just bring it all back to sports. The whole thing here. Like, I was assuming that most of this is probably about bathroom stuff. Like, the bathroom issue is the stupid issue that it's really not a big issue. Like, easy solutions. However, people immediately bring up sports, and it's like, well, sports is a very complicated issue. And we'll continue here. Like, she goes on to say, the hundreds of emails I've received in the last few days prove this erosion concerns many others just as much. What is going to... here's the problem. If we get rid of gender as a concept, right? Let's say we abolish gender. What's going to be eroded? Right? Are we going to suddenly not have women's rights? Because here's the thing. People okay. Here's one right that I can understand. That I can understand women having that. I mean, honestly, males don't need this right, but that's the right to abortion, right? And it's like, okay, but trans people don't want to take away that right. No one the only people that want to take away the rights of females to have an abortion the only people that want to take away abortion rights seem to be like, I mean, okay, there are a few progressives, but mostly conservatives. Mostly, right? It's not trans people that are trying. In fact, most trans people will be like, yeah, you have the right to get an abortion. Mark Swaby says it's not really a bathroom issue, it's more a you are a different side for you. Yeah, like that's... And then she goes on to say, women must accept and admit there is no material difference between trans women and themselves. I mean, there is very little difference, like, when it comes down to it. Right? Like, I feel like these arguments, the arguments that TERFs make, is the arguments that you'd see tradcons make about, you know, you'd have tradcons making this whole argument of, you know, we shouldn't give women these rights because their biology means that they belong in certain place. Like, these are the arguments that would be made to take away people's rights. Like, saying, oh yeah, there's... Like, because, yes, even though there's, like... Because, like, there are differences, right? The issue is that when you have... is that these differences are reduced by, like, taking H... Like, socially, there is no difference, right? If you come across a trans person, you don't... I know trans people, and I've actually, like, one person that I immediately thought that she was a woman, right? And I only learned that... I had a feeling that she was trans because she passes quite well, but like it's like one of the things where it's like, I get the feeling that you're trans, kind of thing, right? And it's mostly because it'll probably mostly be because they were it was probably very recent. But you know, you get these people and I just assume that they're female. It wasn't only... and honestly, it wasn't until I thought about it, and it's like, is this person trans? And... yeah, it's one of the things where, for all intents and purposes, I treated them like they're female, because that's how they wanted to be treated. You know, like, I'm not going to say, well, you're born in the gender you're assigned at male was male. Daniel Lysander says, I don't adhere to those beliefs. I think that men and women are different biologically speaking, but that doesn't mean that they can't both be free. Yeah. Like, the thing is that trans people admit that there are differences between trans women and women. Between mostly, like, there are, like, the only differences is that trans women can't get pregnant, and that trans women don't deal with periods. That's probably... Are there any other differences? I mean... Oh yeah, chromosomes. Like, yeah, they'll have different chromosomes. As if that makes much of a difference when you've been taking HRT for a long time, right? Like... And then she goes on to say, but as many women have said before me, woman is not a costume. Woman is not an idea in a man's head. Woman is not a pink brain, a liking for Jimmy Chaos, or any of the other sexist ideas that are now somehow touted as progressive. Well, what is a woman? What is a cheer, JK? What is a cheer? Can you define? No, but like, it's like, what is it? And then they'll just default to biology. It's like, well, that's sex. Yeah, you can be biologically female, but then there's also the cultural aspect of it, which is gender. Right? If you dress up in dresses and wear makeup, like, that's pretty female. Like, that's a woman thing, right? So, for all intents and purposes, you are considered female. Men's women's shoulders and hips are built differently concerning bones and muscles. But most of the time, I'm not looking at someone's shoulders, hips, right? Like, I don't determine one's gender through their like shoulders and hips, right? Like and besides, when it comes to hips, like, I'm pretty sure that gets changed with HRT. Maybe the bone structure, maybe the bone structure would stay the same, but like, what you see would be different. Now, shoulders, yeah, I can see like the bone structure being like very important for that, but Frank Knight says, reminds me of the foot and mouth I had a few weeks ago. Sometimes it's not meant badly, but the end is understanding of the lacks. I don't know what you mean there, Frank Knight. And they say, moreover, the inclusive language that calls female people menstruators and vulvas strikes many women as dehumanizing and demeaning. I understand why trans activists consider this language to be appropriate and kind, but for those of us who have had degrading slurs spat at us by violent men, it's not neutral, it's hostile and alienating. The reason... So, menstruators... I can understand being... like, it does feel dehumanizing. But, like, people with... saying people with or people who menstruate... That is just very specific. It's actually somewhat exclusive, because you've gone through menopause. That's why you might say people with a uterus, right? Because, some people, you might have females that have transitioned, or males that have transitioned, shall I say. They used to be female, they're now male, and they will still have a uterus. When we talk about people with uteruses, we're including anyone we're including people that don't want to be called female, right? Yet have a uterus, right? I mean, if you don't want to be called female, like, and we want to talk about your reproductive rights, the best way to say it is people with a uterus, or people that were assigned female at birth sometimes. And even then, you might not have if you're assigned female at birth, you might not have a uterus. Like, certain things that... And Daniel Lysander says it gives biological men a physical advantage when it comes to sports like running fast, like 100-meter dash, or pushing up a weight with your arms, like, for example, punching. That's when it comes back to, like, why don't we separate it based on, like, things, like, rather than gender? I think that, like, what's the thought that someone mentioned to me, like, do we separate shooting based on gender? Like, serious question. Is that, like, something that separate based on gender? Something else that I remember, like, someone saying, basically all advantages... Well, basically, there being no advantages between male and female. I can't remember the sport. Surely it can't be shooting. It's like a sport where they said, like, why would there be any advantages between males and females in this? I can't remember the sport that they were talking about. Like, I can't remember it. Oh, gymnastics. Like, why would there be? Why would you have an advantage? Like, maybe males might have a certain advantage. I think it was gymnastics. That's one that, like, advantages would be harder to see, you know? In shooting, I don't think so. I'll be very surprised if shooting is... let's just search shooting Olympics. Yes, it is! Holy... Why? Why is shooting divided by gender? It is! I get featured in events. Woman's trap... Woman... Why is it always... Oh, it means... Yeah. Woman's skeet? Like... Holy shit. Why? Why is shooting it? Like... Shooting Olympics... Let's just make sure. Oh, Tokyo. Oh, we do have... Oh, we do have mixed team. Yeah, we do have some mixed team. So that's good, but why? Why? I don't know why. Why is shooting divided by gender? Why? Maybe it's not so much about maybe it's not so much about the differences that between the two genders. It's between like it just anyway. Let's see. Oh yeah, back to Tucker Carlson. What's Tucker Carlson saying?
That's the truest thing ever said. Making up words to win arguments. You see that in a lot of places now. So none of that's particularly radical. It's pretty conventional, really. 4 years ago, no one would have noticed it.
I'm making up... They're not making up words. It's like... The TERF is a... is like a acronym. Stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. Right? Are we not going to talk about how, like, TERFs have made up the word gender critical? Like, it happens both. Like, if we're going to say that TERF is a made up word, then gender critical is also a made up word.
But now, a number of Netflix employees have decided to protest the special. They want it pulled off of the service. Then they harassed a man who came to support Chappelle and freedom of speech. Watch this.
I have heard a bit about the trans employees. I need to watch the special because, like, from what I've it's easy to look at headlines and say, well, you know, like, it's easy to look at headlines and say, yeah, well, they're doing it bad because, you know, let's say trans Chappelle. No, Dave Chappelle said something that was phobic, right? But then it's like, okay, is there more context? I actually think that it's really, I think that it's one of them things where what Dave Chappelle needs to do, right, is I think he needs to address the backlash. I think that's what needs to happen. And then we can, because if he doubles down on it, then, okay, yeah, like, maybe he might be a bit transphobic. But if he says, okay, well, yeah, I have looked into this a bit further, or something like that, then that's more understandable. The argument from Dave's side is that people haven't watched the special to get context. Yeah, and that's why I'm not going to say, because, as I said, like, you take a small bit of it and blow it out of proportion, right? That's something that does happen. I have heard from people that it's like, okay, well, he's actually very supportive of trans people in that. And it's like, okay, well, I'll watch it, see what it's like, see what criticisms people have. Like, there's a few videos by, I'll have to watch the videos from Dusty, Jesse Gender, Vouch, Zanderhall, and I doubt Destiny will have made anything on it, but, like, I think there's probably more people that have appeared in my feed that it's like, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna watch this video. Isn't transphobic? He made a joke. Yeah, I don't think that he's like intentionally trying to be transphobic here. I think that's just one of them things where he's doesn't understand what doesn't understand the things that he's talking about, like the issues that he's talking about, which happens all the time, right? If everyone got cancelled because they talked about issues that they don't understand, I'd be cancelled. Like, I've talked about trans issues when I didn't understand them way back, right? Like, I should probably actually go ahead sometime on stream and review an old stream that I did with where I talked about whether Jesus was gay. Right? I know that I didn't understand trans issues back then, and I probably said some things that a lot of people would consider transphobic. Right? You're allowed to change. Yeah, I'm allowed to change my mind. Like, if someone changes their mind, I don't have a problem with that. Especially if they come out and if someone comes out and says, "Look, I've changed my mind on something," it's actually making a big deal out of changing your mind. Is actually, I think that's quite a good thing to do. Right? I think that when people come out and admit they've changed their mind, I have a lot of respect for people that do that. Like Hunter Avalone, who came out and said that he changed his mind. Ranty, who said that he came out and changed his mind. Seek Truth, Speak Truth, who said that he came out and said that he changed his mind. Who else is there? Not a lot of people. Like, there are not a lot of people that come out and say that they've changed their mind, especially when they have like big followings. It's one of them things where I think that changing your mind is a good thing to do, especially if you come out and say that you've changed your mind. Like, the issues that I talked about in the gay Jesus thing, the trans issues specifically, I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. You know, I didn't know that. I didn't know that when people bring up the whole, what was it? The whole trans stuff in like school, like, prescribing hormones to like kids. I didn't realize that just never fucking happens. Like, prescribing hormones to kids just never happens. It's only ever puberty blockers. Dave's argument is that if Eminem won N-word of the year, people would be upset. He equates that to Gina winning Woman of the Year. People got upset at that one snippet. Yeah, I think that like, okay. Can we just admit that like Woman of the Minority of the Year is like stupid. Like, it's like, it's like, oh yeah, the rich people have this token person, like the token woman. It's like, okay, why can't we just have like a person that is actually like, maybe I don't know what, like maybe they've actually done some good stuff, but like it just feels like that, you know? It's like, oh yeah, the rich people, like we've got this woman here, so yeah, we're gonna say this woman is a great woman, right? Like, what about why can't we get poor person of the year, right? And it also ignores the fact that there are probably like heaps of activists that actually do like really good work, right? That just because they don't have the media presence of everyone else, then they don't like. It's like it's stupid. Like it's just because someone that. Hold on, let's go to like Woman of the Year. Like let's say, what is? I have to. Yeah, Time.com 100 Woman of the Year. Who's Rosa Parks? There has to be Rosa Parks. That would be the 60s, wouldn't it? Barbara, Dolores. I don't know when Rosa Parks. When did Rosa Parks do the bus thing? Jen Road. Where's Rosa Parks? When did Rosa Parks do the thing? Hold on. Rosa Parks. Where was the bus boycott from that? Does anyone know when the... Oh, so it was in the 50s, not the 60s. Yeah, no Rosa Parks in Time.com. I see a lot of white women though. And we get like China Machado for redefining beauty. We've got and case in point, the fact that there's like Queen Elizabeth. I don't know. Like if I bring this over here, like we have. Okay, that's like this is fairly good. Like curing malaria. That's so good. That's a good one. But like for most of the part, like you got like. Okay, some of these are fairly good. But like, there's so many other things that could be like. What's Arrested Hope? What is Arrested Hope? Daring to be is it? Oh my god, yeah, like what? J.K. Rowling. Why is she Woman of the Year? Like, because she wrote a whole lot of books and got famous? Like, there's so many other things. Like, so many other women that... that could be the whistleblowers standing for what's right. Is that? I mean, I suppose it's multiple people, but like, isn't there like heaps of people that stand for heaps of women that stand for what's right? It'd be like Man of the Year. Okay, this is a good one. Find the Taliban. But that's fair. Like, Hillary fucking Clinton. Yeah, like, this invalidates the whole thing. Like, pack it up. Like, yeah, we've invalidated Woman of the Year with Hillary Clinton. You know, like, someone that got... Like, we've got famous people. Like, there's heat... Like, why are we not pushing scientists that... Like, I hate to sound conservative here, but why are we not pushing scientists that speak... Like, women scientists that are climate experts? You know, without them, we wouldn't have people like Greta. And you'd get conservatives molding over Nancy Pelosi, like... Actually, heaps of these people you get conservatives molding over. It just seems like a lot of these people like are just like a famous thing. It's like, oh yeah, this person's famous, so yeah, let's put them on the cover of Time magazine. It's like why can't like woman be a thing that like Woman of the Year? Like, why does it need to exist? Like, I don't care about like Woman of the Year. I don't care about Man of the Year. I don't care about Minority of the Year. I just care about like, is this person a good person, right? And like, some people will try and cancel me for that, but like, that's like, celebrate the people in your movement rather than like one famous person in your one famous person in the movement, right? Because the people in your movement are, like, if you are a woman, right? Rather than celebrating one famous woman, like, celebrate like all the women, right? Isn't that what we should be doing? Celebrate all the women, whether it be the trans woman, whether it be trans woman, cis woman. You know, celebrate everyone rather than just one famous person, because chances are that that famous person is flawed and that there'll be heaps of people that you're not celebrating. There we go. We've solved it. We've solved women's issues.
Sex is biological.
I didn't mean to click.
To support Chappelle and freedom of speech. Watch this.
Accountability! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Accountability! When do we want it? Now!
It's okay to laugh, but you're sparking hate conversation.
So I think the argument that should be made here, like, I need to watch that special. The argument that should be made is that Dave Chappelle should have been more informed. I think that's the argument to be made here. I really do.
Why is he breaking my sign? Breaking my sign! He's got a weapon! He's got a weapon!
So they...
Okay, like, see, doesn't that like happen at all? I don't know, like, if you walk into, isn't the crowd, like, if you walk into a crowd holding up something against the other protesters, then they're probably going to take that down, right? Like, and I don't know the whole context behind he's got a weapon, right? I really don't know. Okay, what's Tucker's take gonna be?
Break his sign, and then they accuse him he's left holding only a stick, accuse him of having a weapon.
Maybe, I don't know. Like, but they broke his sign because, I mean, if I go into a crowd, right? Like, let's say I go to a women's rights march, right? And I hold up a sign that says something like, if I were to go to a women's rights march and hold up a sign saying something like, I don't know, women belong in the kitchen or something sexist like that. If I were to do that, how quickly do you think my sign would get taken down? It'd be like if I were to go to a alt-right thing and wave around a communist flag. They're probably gonna try and be like, either chase me out or take away my flag. That's probably gonna be the thing. And I don't know the context behind he's got a weapon. Maybe, I don't know. Like, they weren't attacking him for having a weapon.
So his speech is violence, their violence is speech. See how that works?
I didn't. Did we see anyone being violent there? Like, taking someone's sign. Like, hold on. Let's go back here. I'm gonna just.
Why is he breaking my sign? Breaking my sign. He's got a
Yeah, so he's clearly in the protesters like thing, and it's one of the things where they're like, okay, yeah, he's not protesting the thing that we're protesting. Like, if you're protesting something, you don't want people in your protest that are protesting the opposite thing, right? It's because otherwise it kind of muddies the waters of your protest.
weapon. He's got a weapon.
So they break his sign, and then they accuse him he's left holding only a stick, accuse him of having a weapon. So his speech is violence, their violence is speech. See how that works? What's interesting is that the number of people who really care about this issue enough to assault someone over it is tiny. And yet they have disproportionate power. 350 million people in the country, maybe 1,100 feel that way, but they're...
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people that support it. Here's the thing: the people that would care about it enough to like barely any. Like, I haven't heard of any trans people that are being violent. You know, like, during these protests. If that's the worst case of violence that you can find, then, jeez, like, you have a low bar for violence, I must say, if that's the worst case of violence that you can find in this whole thing. And, yeah, like, that's pretty mild. I mean, like, they're not being... Like, the people that are being violent are very tiny compared to the protesters. Right? Like, that's a point in the favor of the protesters. Like, people that are being violent is very tiny, right? What's the whole bit? Okay, let's continue.
running everything. Why is that? Well, Seth Dillon might know the answer. He's CEO of the Babylon Bee, one of the very few remaining satire sites on the entire internet. He joins us tonight.
Wait, did the Onion get taken down? And we're getting a satire. Okay, cool.
Seth, thanks so much for coming on. So you this stuff's in your face every single day. You're the target of a lot of this. You got to wonder, the people trying to destroy your business and your life, like, they're a tiny percentage of Americans, aren't they?
They are.
But when did the people try and what? When did it? When did it change to the Babylon? I thought we'd what? What? When did it change to the Babylon? Like I thought this was about. Okay, I suppose.
But they wield all the power. This is.
I like the pause frame. So there are a tiny percentage of people with all the power. Like, can't we just vote? Right? What power are they wielding? Like, well, wait, what power? Netflix still has Dave Chappelle's special on it. What power are they wielding? If they're wielding all the power, how come Netflix still has their special? How come they don't wield nearly as much power as you think they have? They just do the protests. Why does the Babylon Bee exist? Why does Tucker's Carlson's face still look like that if we wield all the power? Like, this is stupid. Like, if we a small group of people wield all the power, then the things that they're asking for wouldn't be an issue for them.
Is the funny thing, you know, they really are the joke at this point because they try to project themselves as being marginalized. These are the marginalized. These are the.
But they are marginalized, right? Like wasn't there a thing recently? In I think it was in Kentucky, where they anti-trans bill. Oh, we've got like a lot of things. We can go here. Anti-trans laws passed in 2021. All right. Most common target: trans athletes. 2021 bills banning trans youth from sports. And it's, we've got active in some places. 21 bills restricting gender affirming care for trans youth. I'm going to call it Arkansas, not Arkansas. Let's. Do they not have any? There was that place in like you had to put the sign up to if you have like bathrooms that allow trans people. Right? If you allow people to use the right bathroom, please play the whole video. I'm gonna get to the whole video. I'm not just a channel that watches a video and like I'm gonna play the whole thing. I'm putting in commentary, right?
Oppressed. Yes, exactly. But you can't make fun of them. You know, the way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make fun of, right?
Not really. So it depends how you make. It really depends how you make fun of someone, right? Didn't we all make fun of Donald Trump when he had all the power? The whole thing of, just look to see who you can make fun of. You can't make fun of someone, they hold all the power. It's like, Donald Trump held all the power. Like, everyone made fun of them. Who else? Oh, everyone makes fun of Joe Biden. Like, Slow Joe. Like, he holds all the power right now. You can make fun of And, like, there are trans people that I know that make fun of trans people. Like, it's not something that you can never make fun of trans people. It's how you make fun of people that is what's relevant. If you make it in a way that's punching down and it's just, you know, making fun of trans people because they're trans, or because you don't like them, or whatever your reason is, then that can be seen as insensitive, right? However, there are ways in which you can make fun of trans people that can be that can be what's it? Which can be you know, you're not going to get cancelled for. Like, I've seen people make fun of trans people regarding the it pronoun. It's like. And it's not making fun of all trans people as well. It's not making fun of trans people for being trans. It's making fun of people that are trans and use the pronoun it. It's like that's making fun of trans people, but it's not making fun of all trans people. It's whether you're making fun of a group or just simply being in that group, or whether you're making fun of a behavior maybe in that group, or making fun of. Like, if you're making fun of a behavior in that group, that's, like, perfectly fine. Right? I think that's fine. Like, hasn't Dave Chappelle made fun of behaviors in groups before? Like, let's continue on.
Right.
These are the people that you can't make fun of. So it's very clear they hold all the institutional power in our culture. And it's really interesting. You know, when you got comedians like Chappelle, you got to worry about now when you're telling jokes. You don't just ask yourself, is this funny? You have to ask yourself, is this joke going to offend somebody who's more powerful than me but identifies as being marginalized because I might lose my career?
I mean, there are, like, no, like, I'm sure if Dave Chappelle made a joke that said that black people, you know, were, like, inferior or something like that, then I'm sure that he would be cancelled. Right? If Dave Chappelle said, like, and it depends how he makes the joke. Like, if he's doing it in, like, if he's doing it in a way that's like, oh yeah, like, haha, making fun of people that actually think that, okay, then fine. Like, I suppose he wouldn't be cancelled for that. But it's also like, it's actually easier, like, if a white person made that joke, right? Like, haha, low IQ, right? Then they would get cancelled. Black people don't have all the power, right? Like, if I were to, like, even if I make fun of, like, Republicans, they don't have all the power. But if I make fun of Republicans, I made fun of Baked Alaska. Like, they were, like, I don't think that Baked Alaska fans have all the power everywhere. Like, they were hardcore wanting to cancel me. I make fun of Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler fans always want to cancel me. What are you talking about? Oh. It's really funny, like, these two people that are never going to get cancelled because their audience... It really comes down to your audience, right? If your audience says, okay, we agree with you, then you're not going to get cancelled, right? It's because Dave Chappelle is on the left, right? Like, imagine Tucker Carlson coming out as some raging socialist. He's going to get cancelled. Is that because, like, the far righters or the people on the right have all the power? No, it's because, like, the people in his audience disagree with him. Right? If you think that, like, just because people, and they're not even successful, like, that's the thing, like, like, there's so many levels of disconnect here.
So is that, I mean, your site manages to be consistently funny, and I think probably most of our viewers get, you know, Babylon Bee headlines texted to them at least once a day. How big a concern is that for you? I mean, do you feel like you're right on the edge of getting your business taken away from you?
Well, I mean, that's the goal, right? There's like 10 different ways they're trying to attack comedy. One of them, it's not even intentional. They're making reality absurd. That whole opening you did with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and all these videos and how fake they are, like, it's impossible to satirize that. These people are beyond parody. Totally They've turned reality into a parody of itself. So that's one.
Let's see here. Like, when's the last time I heard like, there are parody things that things that look like parody that are real that I've seen from the left, but it seems to be, like, for me, it seems to be coming from the right. The whole Trump saying, like, we should do something, you know, the bleach or the disinfectant, we could inject something like that. Like, and it's like, wait, you just said that we should inject something like bleach. Do you know how dumb that is? Inject sunlight. You know, like, the whole thing it is like, it seems to be coming from the right. It may be me and my bias towards the left, but I see things coming out of the right. Like, at least here in New Zealand, we don't have that issue, right? The people on the right are actually, in New Zealand, are fairly reasonable compared to the people on the right in America. Like, we look at Americans and go, okay, why did you just elect Donald Trump? You know, we look at Americans and see the stuff that Donald Trump's saying, like nuking a fucking hurricane. It's like, you want to what? Well, yeah, that's why I specifically said something. It wasn't a bad question, but what was the one? Yeah, like, well, I'd say this was one of the things where it's like, why? Like, the thing is, you got to realize as a media presence that you got to be careful with how you say things. Like the way that you say something, if your words are going to be misinterpreted, but you can't be like, oh yeah, let's do something like that, right? Because that does insinuate to a lot of people that you want to actually inject bleach, right? And it's like, okay, well, and it's like one of the things where I hear from a lot of Trump supporters, the whole, maybe we could do something like that. And it's like, yeah, but still, like, people on his side were like, let's inject bleach. There were people that injected bleach, and it's like, you got to be careful with how you word these things. Right? I mean, I have to be careful with how I word things, right? Otherwise, people get mad at me if I don't word things correctly. If I parrot what Donald Trump says, then people get mad at me because they think that I'm, like, because I explicitly said something like that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Trump had no filters. Yeah, like, it's one of them things where Trump said a lot of dumb shit in New Zealand. Like, we don't have that level of dumb shit happening. Like, actually, when it comes, like, I'm actually surprised at how, when it comes to vaccines, it hasn't been made a partisan issue like it has been in other countries, especially America. Right? Like, vaccines in New Zealand, it's one of them things where it's like, both sides are like, yeah, we need to make sure that everyone gets vaccinated. The only partisan issue when it comes to COVID is, like, how much of the border we should open up and, like how much lockdown we should have. That's, like, the only partisan issue. However, vaccines is just a non-partisan issue. In America, you've made it political. In New Zealand, it's like, yeah, both sides are like, yeah, we need to put vaccines out there. We need to make sure people are getting vaccinated.
One way. Then there's the intentional way. They fact check jokes, they try to rate them false, they can get them taken down for misinformation. Then they try to accuse you of hate speech under the guise of satire or comedy, like what they're doing with Chappelle and saying that his jokes are beyond the pale, they hurt people. But really, it's the joke police. It's the people who are saying, "Oh, his jokes hurt my feelings." You know.
You can criticize jokes though, what is often needed to ask is what is the joke, right? It's a good question to ask. Like, what is the joke there? If I make a joke about something, like, the question is, and you can ask me, like, what is the joke? And I'll say, well, the joke is this, this, and this. Like, you know, like, if the joke is something like this person good or these people bad, then that's not a good joke. Well, that can often be that can be criticized. Like, what is the joke? Okay, and if the joke is this person good, it can be criticized if you don't agree with that person. Very simple.
Those are the people, they deserve to be mocked more, not less, because it's just silly to act like joke police, like jokes really are like violence. Really, like you said earlier, you know, the speech is now violence and the violence is speech.
Yeah, but then things start out as just memes. A lot of things start out as it's just memes. We're not actually serious. And then later, it's like, oh shit, they were serious. Jokes can... Like, here's the thing with political jokes. When you're joking about real-world issues, then you can't just hide things under the guise of it's all jokes, because your jokes do have real-world implications. Like, it's like, if I were to make a joke about, okay. Let's take Jojo Rabbit as a good example. Jojo Rabbit is a good example of jokes well done. Like that is jokes, because it's not trying to make a statement of... It does make a statement, but the statement isn't something like... isn't like Hitler good or anything. Like, the statement of that movie is like, you know, have compassion for people, right? It's not... A lot of people will look at that and say, yeah, the Nazis, they're... You know, the Nazis bad. You can't have Nazis in your movie. You can't try and make Nazis seem sympathetic. People will get that message... Will try and get that message. You have to do some very... You have to be very much like dodging bullets in the Matrix to get that point from it. But like, that's the point that some people will get. However, the point of that movie is like, you don't judge people based on like what you've been told. You know, just don't judge a group of people based on what you've been told. Don't engage in fanaticism. I mean, it does portray Hitler as like a really absurdist character, and it's one of them movies where it works really well. It's a great movie. The jokes work in it. You know, like, it's like the jokes are basically, this is basically what Nazis did. It's like, well, yeah, that's the jokes there. And when it makes jokes about Jewish people, the point there isn't, haha, just Jewish people bad. The point there is, this is actually what Nazis thought about Jewish people. Or something along the lines. I'm sure that they didn't quite... I'm not... Okay, maybe the Nazis were idiots, so maybe they did think that Jewish people, like, grew horns and all that. But, like... It's one of them things where... Like, just because... Where the jokes worked. Sometimes jokes don't work. Sometimes the jokes are like... Okay, like Steven Crowder, for example. His whole thing is... Like, if you... Should I subject everyone to watching a Steven Crowder video after this? Although, I don't... Let me check if Steven Crowder is still suspended from YouTube. Steven Chowder. I like he's. Yeah, we've got oh yeah, we've got some stuff from a day or two ago. So yeah, we can like. Okay, I'm gonna just do we melt our brains with Steven Crowder after Tucker? There we go. Yes, no, community. Wait, do I need I need a third? Nah, we'll just go. All right, we'll continue on with this.
You know, jokes are not violent. They don't hurt anybody. If we're all equal, we should all be able to joke about each other indiscriminately and not have this like hierarchical structure where we have certain people who are off limits and we can't joke about them.
I mean, we can, like, you can joke about certain people. It's just how you make the joke, right? That's the thing.
If we're all equal, boy, you got right to the heart of it there. If we're all equal, only in a country where we're all considered equals can that happen. But we're not that country anymore.
He actually makes a good point here. If we're all considered equal, then we can joke about, you know, this group of people is like this. But we're not like that. You know, like if trans people had all the rights, and yeah, like. You know, if trans people had all the rights that trans people want, then yeah, we'd be able to joke about all that kind of stuff. But like, no, we don't. We don't have all that. We don't have all those rights. Like all the rights afforded to trans people are not the same afforded to everyone else. Like there are so many things that discriminate against trans people. So yeah, if trans people weren't discriminated against, then you defeated your own point. Congratulations, Tucker.
You're exactly right. Seth Dillon, I appreciate your coming on and your site, which I love.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to...
What are people in the comments saying? And then we've got people saying, men wearing makeup and dresses are not women. True story. I mean, yeah, I actually agree with that. Men wearing makeup and dresses are not women. Yeah, because they're men. If you're a man, and you identify as a man, and you wear makeup and dresses, you're a man because you identify as a man. Like... Good gun. Good going. Way to make a point that everyone can agree with. They're not hurt, they are offended. Being offended is a choice. I like to see that when... I like to see you say that when you're offended, mate. Like, I find that a lot of people, like, they will get offended over things. They'll get mad over things. And it's like... And they'll be the same ones to call people on the other side snowflakes. What? This administration is also taking away laughter, aside from other normal things? What, like... Has Joe Biden cancelled Dave Chappelle's special? No. What? What is that? I hate the internet. I hate brain dead conservatives like that because they just go on and say, oh yeah, like Joe Biden has cancelled Dave Chappelle. No, he hasn't. That's not what's happened. What world do you live in? A completely different reality to the reality that actually exists. Holy shit. Like, what? How are you so brain dead? Anyway, on to other brain dead people. Alright, so. I got notifications on Twitter. Let's just... nothing major. Point being that we're equal, but that doesn't mean we can't be treated as equals. I mean, yeah, we're all unequal, but like we can try and work to make everyone equal, you know. All right, so Winston Peters in New Zealand, great person. Like you might remember him from that thing where it's like, where like someone is saying like, "Have you ever isolated SARS-CoV-2?" And it's like, okay, he's like, oh yeah, so many people have died from this. Got so many new cases today, and here's someone who stands up and says the Earth is flat. Sorry, wrong place, sunshine. Is that person? You know, used to be the deputy Prime Minister of New Zealand. Now he's not. Anyway, he says new variants of COVID will inevitably reach New Zealand and hit the most vulnerable and the unvaccinated worst. Only 4% of Delta cases in New Zealand are fully vaccinated and only 3 hospitalised. For the sake of our economy, country and families, we must get fully vaccinated as soon as possible. Now, that's a fair thing from Winston Peters. You know, I agree with that. Right. Then we've got Sane Minds, who says 75 to 80% of New Zealand population were unvaccinated 9 weeks ago at the start of lockdown. You're considered unvaxxed until 2 weeks after your second jab. 70 to 80% of New Zealand have been considered unvaxxed through this entire Delta outbreak. Of course, most COVID cases are unvaxxed. Sharpen up, Winnie. Right? I'm like, okay. I went on to say, even then, when using the number you provide, a disproportionately low number of vaccinated people have caught COVID compared to unvaccinated. Right? I am right there. He says maths disagrees, right? So I did the maths, saying maths would say that given 80% unvaxxed population, we would have 20% vaxxed. Assuming similar rates of contact with the virus amongst unvaxxed and unvaxxed, we would expect to see an 80-20 split in unvaxxed versus vaxxed cases. In reality, we see a 96-4 split, which gives an 83% efficacy. Right? And I'm right there. Right? But, he says, you were doing so well until you threw in that assumption. You know, flat earthers hate when you bring in assumptions. Most cases through lockdown were transmitted within households or extended households, e.g. church, not from wandering randomly in community. Most households through lockdown categorized as unvaccinated. Pop that into your calculator. Right? And it is possible to try and consider that. However, that would be very difficult. Unless you have the numbers. So I went on to say, we need to use assumptions from time to time, which is why I used 80% rather than 70% for unvaxxed. If 70% would give a 90% efficacy, which I kind of doubt for Delta, I would need to know about vaccine distribution in those places as well as cases to account for that, right? So if I have, if I know the vaccine distribution throughout households that people are staying in, if you're living with your grandmama, then, and you get COVID, then your grandmama who might be vaccinated, let's say your grandmama is fully vaccinated, and that's that would be another thing, right? Not everyone in the house, like in my household, like this started lockdown. I believe there was like one person fully vaccinated, so like that's why I think it's still a fairly decent. That's why I used the 80% rather than using. I could have used 75%, right? If I used 75%, I would have gotten different numbers. Use 70%, I would have gotten 90% efficacy. That's a whole 7 percentage points of difference. And so they went on to say, using 80% isn't assumption. That's choosing a figure within a defined and acceptable range. Your assumption was similar rates of contact with the virus amongst vaxxed and unvaxxed. Now that's an assumption, and a very inaccurate assumption. It badly skewed your results, right? So I decided to, do what will scare anybody off when you ask them about it, right? So I said, well, no, using 80% is using a number that will give a result that gives a efficacy. So I think I often I used it to try and account for potential issues. I've missed a lot of things out here. So the question now becomes: if my results are badly skewed, what analysis have you done to get more accurate results, and what did you get? Word there. Twitter needs an edit button. And then they go on to say, you can teach maths, but rational thought and logic are either there or they're not. My maths lesson is over. Keep tapping around that calculator and pray for logic. Not realizing that, maths is kind of based on logic. Maths uses logic. Do you not? Have you never done maths before? And so I said, and so in other words, you haven't done any of the maths to back up your maths disagrees to actually verify that it agrees with you. And when I asked for your maths, when I asked you for maths, you brought up the vague notion of rational thought and logic as if it's somehow supposed to support your argument. I should have probably said, I probably should have asked how logic and rational thought support your argument, rather than like saying that. Probably, and then they go, "Are you drunk?" And this is when I decide to go full snark mode. Like, at this point, we are beyond conversation, right? And so I said, unlike you, I've been sober throughout the entire conversation. Maybe try it something. Might help you do the maths. Still waiting for that, by the way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to retweet this, right? Let's retweet this. Quote tweet. Now you can go ahead to my Twitter and retweet this, respond to it, and I'm just going to say, so you got your maths done yet? You've had all weekend, mate. What? Fucking America. You've had all all weekend. You've had all weekend to get it done. And I'm still waiting. There we go. You got your maths done yet, and you've had all weekend to get done, and I'm still waiting. No. Just because, you know, like... I really want to know what his maths is. Like, here's the thing. If I can see what his maths is, then I can actually bolster my own arguments. I can be like, okay, so this is the efficacy rate. This is the adjusted efficacy rate when you count for households. You get a more accurate... you get more accurate results, right? That's the thing that I want. I want more accurate results. Oh, what's this? Probably Reddit or something. Alright. Oh, and... got... yeah, Ellen McLeod saying they'd rather legalize child labor than raise the minimum wage. Why do I get so many notifications? God damn it. Yeah, so Wisconsin Senate approves a bill allowing 14-year-olds to work as late as 11 p.m. and supporters say it could help plug the labor shortage. Basically, like, trying to legalize child labor there. Right? I can understand, right, if you're like 14 and want to get a bit of extra money, like, that is understandable. However, like, working as late as 11 p.m., like, no, don't allow that. That is bad. I don't think that 14-year-olds should be working as late as 11 p.m. And the thing is, right, a lot of jobs, and this is really shitty thing that jobs can do. A lot of jobs will, like, take the... A lot of jobs will say, oh, this person... this person is working for us, so we can make them work as late as 11 p.m. Despite the fact that, you know, they might have other commitments. Like, the thing is, people have commitments. Like, school. Like, if you got to get up at 8 a.m. for school, you're 14, it sucks having to get up at 8 a.m. if you're a teenager. Right? It really does. Even as an adult, it sucks having to get up at 8 a.m. Especially if you haven't gotten a good sleep. If you go to bed at like 11 o'clock, and that's not like when you're going to go to bed, that's when you can finish. Even if a bill passes, doesn't certain work/safety regulations actually prohibit those times? I'd hope so, right? I would hope so. Like, it's one of them things where the groundwork to something, the thing is, if the bill passes and it's not actually going to be allowed to, like, the things that come from the bill is not going to be allowed, then why even pass that bill in the first place? Like, okay, what other things are going to happen that can make this possible? I see people arguing in the chat. Oh, it's about this destroying a sign. Yeah, I do. Like, here's the thing. you'd like when it comes. I think that if you walk into a place and hold up a sign to protest, like if you walk into a protest and hold up a sign saying what the other people in the protest are against, doesn't matter what side of the protest, they have the right to try and take away your sign or destroy it. Whatever. You should be prepared for that. Actually, it's like you walk in. Now you can argue whether that's right or wrong. I'd argue that it's fair, honestly. Now there is a difference between counter protesting and trying to protest within protest. Trying to counter protest within another protest is kind of it's a messy thing. And kind of idiotic, because you're probably depending on the group that you're counter protesting within, then you might, if you're protesting with the Nazis, counter protesting within a Nazi group, you're probably going to get the shit kicked out of you, right? In the UK, isn't it legal for a 16-year-old to drink with a dinner, but restaurants' license actually prohibits any bartender to serve a minor completely? Yeah, but the legality of things, right? So I think the way that it works is it's up to the parents, I think. So a parent can buy something and give it to their child, right? Because they're the parent. But the restaurants can't serve the minor or something like that. I think that's probably how it goes. Right. I think it's probably something along those lines, to be honest. Which means that there are still ways in which to go about it. It's just, yeah. The 14-year-old thing, there are probably ways to go about it. When was I working? When did I first work? I think I first worked at the age of... I think that's super dangerous to say destroying counter-protest signs regardless of site. I don't know, is it? Is it? Try and give me an example. If you have an example, then I might... and I do have to clarify that counter-protest is within your group of protesters, right? It's as it said, muddies the message. You've got people, within your group, that becomes a huge issue. If you've got people within your group opposing your group, that becomes a huge issue. It really does muddy the message that you're trying to send, right? If I have... Otherwise, you just have your protest taken over by groups of people that will go ahead and counter-protest. And they'll protest within your group. It really muddies the message. That's why counter-protests are usually... You have two sides, isn't it? Yeah, I think that people should be able to say what they want to say. But if you're trying to muddy someone's message, then... I can understand people wanting to... stop you from saying that message. You can go protest on the other side of the street. You're counter-protesting. It should be, not within the group that you're counter-protesting, right? If I organise a women's rights march and then I have a whole lot of people that come along, right, because they've got nothing better to do, and then that group is actually more than, especially, right, if they're trying to really muddy the waters by making it seem as though the group that I'm in is is for a certain thing, right? Then, like for a certain thing that I don't agree with, then it's like, oh, well, hold on. I don't get out of the group. Please go. I don't agree with that. We don't support that. Because otherwise people will assume that thing that one person, someone might hold up you might have if you have a protest, let's say a women's rights protest, and one of the people is holding up a sign saying "kill all men," right? Then it's fair to say, hey, look, I don't want you in this group. Please get out. And if they refuse to leave, then it's like, okay, well, let's take the sign off them. Let's and even maybe destroy it. So when I refer to counter protests, right, I am referring to people counter protesting within your group, right? So the way that a counter protest should be, or probably go, is you have two separate groups of people that are protesting. Like if you have one person protesting this thing, a counter protest would be a separate group of people that are protesting the other side. And not to mention that it's especially dangerous if you don't do it in this way. Like, hold on, did my break? Broke here. Broken. Coming off. Oh no. Oh, yes. No. I don't know. Other point of view is that 14-year-old workforce wouldn't have a labour shortage because it's the type of work that... Yeah, that is true. There are at least 3 counter-protests there. It depends... Okay, so as I said, it depends how if they're protesting within your group. Like, honestly, protesting within someone else's group is very dangerous, especially like when it comes to KKK. Like you probably shouldn't do that simply on the grounds of you're probably gonna have the shit beaten out of you, right? But for protests like let's say a women's right march, I think that it's fair. I think that it's fair to take people's signs off people. Or to break the signs because if you've got someone that's protesting, right, that protesting in your group, and they're muddying the message, like, like, I feel like that's fair. Like, How many does there have to be there for it to be legit? Like, hold on. The sign. Didn't the sign say something like Didn't the sign say something like I support Dave Chappelle or something like that? Like, if you're protesting against Dave Chappelle, I'm pretty sure it said. What's this? Hold on, we've got. Here we go. I have it. Yeah, like, so let's go back to. It says we like Dave. That's probably why they're taking it away. It's like, having that sort of message, it's mixed messaging, right? You don't want that in your protest. And if it says jokes are funny on the other side, then it's going to be like, okay, it's not a thing that we are really, it says jokes are funny, we like Dave. It's like, well, what are you what's the thing that you're trying to do here? Like, it's one of them things where it's I really think that if you're trying to counter protest, you should have your own group that's clearly separate to the group that is that you're protesting again. Saying, I'm sorry, I think the front side said jokes are funny. Yeah, like I think that when it comes to a counter protest, you should have a separate group, right? Separate group from the main protesting group, because otherwise you do muddy the waters of the protest that they're protesting, right? There's probably another Dave that is totally upset that people don't like them. Probably. Maybe his name's... Okay, maybe I have to agree with you. Maybe his name's Dave and he wants people to like him, but he's upset that people are hating on Dave Chappelle. There we go. Problem solved, right? Daniel Lysander says, yeah, that's what the sign said 100%. My argument is that regardless of what the sign says, it's always wrong to destroy, even if it's an us. But here's the problem with doing that at a protest. Letting someone just... Right, so... Okay, Daniel, I have a question. If someone is a full... someone is a Nazi at your protest, right? And, like, let's say that you're a trans rights protest, and someone is an out-and-out Nazi who's saying Nazis have rights or something, right? Or something like that. Now, the problem is, how do you suggest that you get rid of them from your protest? Because it's not just as simple as letting them out themselves, right? It's not that simple, because if they are a Nazi in your protest, it makes your protest seem like there are Nazis that are supporting it. Poisoning the well, yeah, it does. But people like Tucker Carlson will go, well, look, there's this person here at this rally that's a Nazi. There are Nazis supporting this. People are going to listen to that. How do you kick them out of your protest? How do you stop them from being a part of your protest? Especially if they won't leave. You can say, okay, well, tell them to go away. What are we in? Are we in primary school where we just say, stop it, I don't like it? They're not going to listen to that. They're there to try and muddy up your protest, right? So, it's like, okay, well, we've got to take some kind of action to make it clear that this protest does not support this. IMD Fox says, if we're to boil it down, it's destruction of property. Yeah, the issue is, though, that there's certain like optical things when it comes to protesting, right? It's like people will pull this free speech thing, but like at the end of the day, like the free speech, I don't think that this is you don't have the free speech to shout fire in a crowded space. Just like I don't think that you have the free speech to shout over a protest, right? And this is a form, in my opinion, it is a form of shouting over a protest. You have a message that I'd rather live in a society where we were free to say what People are free to say what they believe so that we can see those that believe in a horrendous ideology so that we can talk with them. The issue is, though, that people don't see the individual here, right? People see the signs. Yeah, inciting panic. You don't have freedom of speech to incite panic, right? The people see these signs. And they'll associate that sign with the rest of the protest, right? That's the issue here. People don't see the individual; they see the protesters as a group. If you are as I said, like if you are a feminist at a feminist protest, and people are holding up signs that say "kill all men," people will see the kill all men sign and go, well, that's feminism. Right? Am I wrong about that? They think that the signs that are there are what the feminists stand for. I can't be the only one that sees this, right? Like, in an ideal world where people did see everyone as individuals, then yeah, I'd agree that that we should let people expose their horrendous ideology. Like, yeah, I agree with that. However, when it comes to things like this, I don't like the whole. I don't think that muddying the waters, allowing someone to muddy the waters, is going to expose their ideology. I really don't. I think that it's going to make the ideology of the people that are there protesting seem toxic. That is my opinion on that. And if you disagree with me, say why. Maybe you can change my mind. I just think that it's fair to take down signs from protesters if you disagree with them. Obviously, I think that it's better to do it in a peaceful manner, right? Like, say, hey, look, can you leave? But if someone's there, they're probably not going to leave. If you ask them to, right? The better way is to say, hey, look, we're going to take your sign off you unless you leave. Like, can you please leave? And if they don't leave, then you take the sign off them, and then, yeah. It can be, I suppose you can consider it destruction of property, but I don't know, like, it would be down to the rest of the group to step in. How to confront it is how to confront it is like a huge issue, and it's like, and it's also like, although I suppose, like, when it comes down to the rest of the group, like, this is the entire group stepping in, isn't it? Like, the whole group stepping in and saying, look, we don't want this message being part of our protest. This is what they are saying, right? There's a whole lot of people taking the sign off them. Right? Just because not everyone's hands are on the sign. Like, I don't know. Like, I just think that, how to confront it is a huge issue. And obviously, if people are in a separate... Obviously, if this guy was protesting and he was separate to the group, I'd say, okay, this is bad. But the thing is, he's not. It doesn't look like he is, at least. We've got 56% of people wanting Stephen Crowder. The police here wouldn't let the other protester with the group, they separate them. Yeah. That's actually probably the better solution, right? Having the police remove them. Or having the police separate them. That is the solution. However, I don't see the police here. Right? They had a thing over here. Where's the police? Right? Where are the police? I don't see the police there. their job is to keep the peace part that is anticipating problems. Yeah, part of that is anticipating problems. Yep. Yep. Like the ideal solution there is to get the police involved, if possible. Yeah, that's a solution there. We have solutions. Thank you, Brainy. We have some now the Steven Crowder brain melt is it's 50-50. We need someone to break the vote. Who are the next voters? Well, see, that's the other problem plan. Well, police who would be dispatched to make sure it is kept peaceful. Yeah, like if obviously if the police are dispatched to make sure it's peaceful, then yeah, we have our solution. Group induced exile, maybe there are some till they leave. Yeah, like try and like I suppose there are ways, right? There are ways in which like maybe form a circle around or form a line for that person to leave. Problem is like trying to get everyone on board with that way. Like it is something which, yeah, group-induced exile would probably be the best way. Like, but some people are stubborn, I guess. And it is a hard thing to come up with a solution absent of police. And we have a yes vote, so that's 55% for yes to melt our brains with Stephen. God. To make the point about this is to mostly make the point about comedy. Okay, so we'll grab the thing. Alrighty. Stephen Chowder. Okay, which I don't want to go over the Dave Chappelle thing, like again, like because too many Dave Chappelle things. Like, oh, hold on. Oh, shut up, Stephen. Oh, we'll go to Crowder bits because that's probably better.
But the show was called.
Okay, which one? Which one do we watch? I'm wanting to. What's really. What if we. I'm thinking one of these two. One of these two will go. Which one? Do we go with the Loves Woke Superman or the Hollywood shill Dave Bautista gets a lesson in big government? They also just made it illegal to block a hospital protesting. Oh, that's fair. Okay, we've got one person saying woke Superman. Anyone disagree with it? I'm going to give you a couple minutes to disagree with and the George said. Otherwise, isn't Dave Bautista an actor? Yeah, he is. He's been an actor for like ages. Isn't like he the guy in Guardians of the Galaxy? Hold on, Dave. I'm pretty sure he was Dave. Oh, okay, so the Tucker Carlson thing here, saying we like Dave. It was about Dave Bautista. Dave Bautista. Yeah, that looks like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. Also in June. Yeah, he looks like He looks very much like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. He was a wrestler, apparently. Acting, career, filmography. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, Drax the Destroyer. Yeah. Okay. Used to be a WWE wrestler. That's fair. Alright. I wasn't timing that minute, so I'm gonna like mentally time it for another minute. Actually, let's actually time it. If no one responds to saying that we're not doing Woke Superman. Woke Superman is actually something that I probably know a bit more about than the Dave Bautista thing. It depends whether you want to see me be like stupid or actually somewhat informed. There we go. Alarms are great. Stopwatch. We'll just start the stopwatch. There we go. I've no argument against Woke Superman though. So it looks like we're doing Woke Superman. Oh, why am I getting so many notifications from different shit? Gosh. What was the notification? It was probably from Twitter. Plays Nathan. Yeah, Oh, the person responded. Hold on. Person responded. Hold on. So they said, "Oh, I'd completely forgotten about you. Now I know why I'm feeling exhausted. I've obviously been running around in your head all weekend." I mean, that's a fairly good response, but so I'm gonna wait until after the stream to respond to that. I can't be bothered responding on stream. It's like I'm just gonna. It'll probably be something like, I just like arguing with people. Like, I don't know. Oh, that's Long Cove. Oh yeah, like maybe he's got COVID and that's. Oh, it's been more than a minute, so yeah, we're doing Woke Superman. All right, let's.
So here.
Remember, this is a this is a comedian, or supposed to be a comedian. So we're gonna laugh, right? I'm not gonna force myself to laugh, but if he says something funny, I'll give him credit for this. This is a comedian, so let's see how funny he is.
So here's something I want to get to really quickly. Brian Stelter, of CNN, he was on another show, not his own show, to discuss. He could barely contain his excitement at the first portion about the bisexual Superman. And then after that, he was talking about, they've changed Superman, Truth, Justice, the American Way to a better way forward. A better tomorrow.
A better tomorrow.
A better tomorrow. And look, what this is the trick that the left pulls, where they try and say, look, they're covering us on Fox. Can you believe that the right is upset about this? I can't believe they're covering this as they cover it.
Yeah.
Look, wait, I'm confused. Is this supposed to be funny? Like, but yeah, why are people on the right so concerned about this? Like, why? Oh, I should probably end poll, by the way. There we go. Why are people on the right so concerned about Woke Superman?
This is so dumb.
They're so dumb. They're fake culture wars. Yeah, no. Why would people possibly react to a leftist on CNN with a lisp and a handbag telling them how they should change their comic book heroes?
Totally straight.
Yeah, you haven't touched a nerve there with Americans who hate.
Wait, did that happen? Like, Wait. Hold on. Did we have someone on CNN come along and say, "Oh, you should change your comic book"? Like maybe I missed something. Well, they changed Superman almost right away. It was originally. Oh, I did not know that. Frank being Frank said, just got in. This is Steven Crowder. I've seen him several times on Joe Rogan. He's not funny at all. Well, he claims to be a comedian, so he's got to be funny, right? Like, he claims to be a professional comedian, so like he should be. I'm not laughing though. I'm laughing more at the fact that he's a comedian that's unfunny. Like that in and of itself is kind of funny, but. Like, I'm not laughing at any of the jokes that he's made. He's not said anything that I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of funny.
You.
It's a European purse pack for men.
Yes. It's a European carry-all. Yeah, what are you carrying? Tampons? Okay.
Oh.
So, for himself.
He can't bleed.
Well, he has nosebleeds. He has, I assume he has absent seizures. How else could you be that dumb? Okay, let's go to Brian.
For his service?
Yes.
Sorry.
Brian Stelter clip.
Batman and Superman, and I say this as a Marvel.
Okay, maybe some of them. Okay, maybe some of those things there could have been funny, but it needed better delivery. Like, isn't half of the jokes in comedy actually delivering it properly? I'm pretty sure. No, it's just like being it's just like going, oh yeah, look, that's funny. I'm going to say a bunch of words that I just so happen to be funny, deliver it with no expression at all. I am a robot, beep boop, what is love, what is humor? No, like, it's about delivering it in the right way. And I get it. I do get it a bit. Like you don't, like, most comedians actually have a set, right? But, like, they still manage, like, comedians that I've known still manage to be funny from time, like, just in general life. Okay, here we go.
Batman and Superman are DC heroes. They're different because they're decades older. Yeah. And I think they also represent something different in American history. And you know, Superman, very much a messiah figure. Batman represents the true vigilante. So people get more worked up about them than I think other superheroes. And Superman, they're all worked up about.
Here
First
comes
of all,
the
new Superman, bisexual, now changing the motto from truth, justice in the American way to truth, justice in a better tomorrow.
Yes.
That's days of programming on Fox.
Yes, tomorrow. Yes. Now, the American way part of the phrase came during World War II.
So listen.
That was a logical move when, you know, there was this world war. I think now the message is this is a global franchise. This is a franchise looking to the future. And that kind of ethno-nationalism, you know, perhaps is not the right style going forward. I do think it is partly about appealing to a global box office. But hey, who can argue for against a better tomorrow? What's so bad about a better tomorrow?
I can.
Sounds kind of vague.
I agree with the person on CNN here. Right? Like, it's what's so wrong about a better tomorrow? Like, at best, like, you can say, oh, like, ethno-nationalism, like, he's trying to, you know, paint everyone who's complaining about this as an ethno-nationalist. That's the worst that you can say. You could say, you know, maybe it's a good thing to be patriotic and that's why we should keep it that way, you know, something like that. But, like, I don't see the problem with, you know, bed tomorrow. Let's see what Steven Crowder has got to say about that.
Vague and simple to me.
Yeah, vague and simple, just the way Brian likes it. Yeah, he's going to go home to Simple Jack against his headboard. Okay, so here's the issue there where he goes, well, who can be against a better tomorrow? No. It's that you removed something else to replace it. Now, here's the deal. He tries to equate ethno-nationalism with nationalism. You know what?
Oh, yes, I called it. So, essentially, sometimes it's a better tomorrow. I think it's a better thing, you know, like. And I mean, why would Superman be for the American way? Like, Why would he be? He's not Captain America. He's Superman. He's literally an alien from another planet. Right? Why would he be so invested in America?
It's true. Superman, an American hero. This was designed for the United States.
He may have been made by Americans, but he's from another planet. Why would he be so invested in America? Like, isn't he? You know, maybe he. Yeah, because he landed in Kansas, right? And besides, there are some things that are associated with the American way that people would be like, maybe we shouldn't be so into superhero jobs that no American hero wants to do. Yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, he's from Krypton, like the American way. Like, you'd have people saying, "Oh, let's to keep them darn immigrants out, including space immigrants. Keep the literal aliens out of America." America. Yeah, like Superman is literally an immigrant to America. He landed in Kansas. He is literally an immigrant. So why does he say so much about the American way? Like, maybe he likes like certain things in America. I don't know, like, but Better Tomorrow just seems better, honestly. And as the person on CNN said, you know, reaches a larger box office thing, you know.
Of America. So there should be a nationalist theme to this superhero, especially like you talked about in World War II. Here's the thing where he says, you know, it made sense back then with ethno-nationalism. Guarantee you, Brian Stelter, if you were around back then, you wouldn't have thought that made sense. Do you know how I know? Neville Chamberlain. There were plenty of people across the globe, Neville Chamberlain, who was replaced with Winston Churchill, by the way. Many people don't know this. He wanted to appease Hitler. He was saying, you know what? We need a global economy. We should all be on we should all be on the same page. We should all be together for a better tomorrow. And disgraced Churchill, who people had tossed aside. They said, you know what? We need a hard ass at this point. And that's his famous quote, you can't negotiate with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. So here's something else today. Back then, sure, it made sense. You wouldn't have said so, but let's assume a lot of Americans thought it made sense that, hey, truth, justice, and the American way. What was that saying? What are you replacing? That was saying the American way is better than the Nazi way. The American way is better than the Japanese imperialist way. So what does that mean today? Hey, unless we're all on the same page, it's still relevant. I still believe the American way is better than the Chinese way.
Yeah, but like there are ways that it's worse than, right? Like, you look at America. You look at America. There are a lot of people that don't like America because of how it's, gotten involved in countless wars, right? And again, like Superman, he's. Like, why would he just be fighting for only America? Having spoken to many non-Americans, I can attest that most of the world thinks the American way is being a wanker. Yeah. I'm D Fox says, can he slow down? I caught nothing. He's trying to be like Ben Shapiro. He's got to make the intellectual dark web or some shit like that. So does he think that today's US is more like 1930s UK or more like 1930s Germany? I don't know. I think you'd think that it's neither. As an American creator, I've recently made several foreign friends. That seems to be the consensus. It appears some of our ways are just strange. Oh yeah, it is absolutely strange. Like, we look into America and we go, what? Why are you like that? Why do you think that we have an accent out here? We don't. You're the ones with an accent.
Better than the Russian way. How about that? Better than the Canadian way. This is the issue there. Well,
better than the okay. If you say. Oh, okay. Comedian Steven Crowder made me laugh at saying that the American way is better than the Canadian way. Oh my god. You think that the American way, the American way is better than the, oh sorry, I'm Canadian way. Okay. Canadians are really nice people, though. Not all of them will apologize, but a lot of them will apologize if they inconvenience you. I have met some Canadians that apologize a bit too much. Right, but they're nice people, right? I'd rather know Canadians than Americans. Graymore Ghost says, you have the best accent. What accent do I have? Why are people saying that I have an accent now? Yes. Comedian Steven Crowder getting me to laugh by making that joke that America's better than Canada. Good one, Steven. Good one.
You know, who can be against a better tomorrow? You know what? You would have supported a better tomorrow with the Nazis back then and the axis of evil, and you support it today if you don't even acknowledge the genocide of people that is taking place in China. We're not just talking about the Uyghurs. Let's add on top of that people who are arrested just for reading the Bible, which, by the way, if you...
I mean, it is... wait, do you think that just because someone says the better tomorrow that they support, like, genocide? No. You mean... What? Like, he's just equating. Like, this is false equivalence. Like, just because someone says better tomorrow, it doesn't mean that they're for, like... Just because someone changes for truth, justice, and the American way to truth, justice, and a better tomorrow, it doesn't mean that they suddenly support, like, the Uyghur genocide. Like, what are you talking about, Steven? Like, it's such a leap.
Check next to your hotel bedstand that you rent by the hour. You might find one once in a while. You read a few verses.
By the way, he didn't even...
Oh, I mean, I have heard... I need to read the story of Samson, because the story of Samson seems like a pretty shitty... Honestly, it seems like a pretty shitty story, like, compared to modern things. Like, how is this God's chosen person? One of God's chosen people. Technically, Germany had a fantastic economy before the Holocaust. Maybe. I don't know about that. Apparently, from what I've heard, Hitler was trying to fix the German economy because of the Treaty of Versailles. Kind of screwed over Germany pretty badly because it blamed Germany for everything. Like Crowder... Yeah, like, let's get Crowder to try and recite scripture.
Talk about too, like when you're talking about China, you just made the point. I think it's probably for a global box office. Yes.
Yeah.
Who's the global box office? Please tell us. Is it Europe? No, it's not Europe because we don't really care about movies in Europe. It's China. You had a great segue into talking about how Superman would be fighting everything China does now.
Right.
But we can't release that movie because it's too real to life.
Well, also it would be really tough. You'd have to have all the villains on Apple boxes.
Well, he might miss them.
I mean, they never really... Like, here's the thing with movies. Like, they don't really fight against... Like, when's the last time we had a movie set in the modern era that was fighting against another country? Especially a superhero movie. Because Man of Steel, I believe it was... I don't know. I haven't seen that movie, but I believe it was against Zod. Like, Batman vs Superman was Lex Luthor versus like some other thing. Aquaman was against fictional Atlantis or something. What maybe there was something in the DC stuff that I've missed. But like Marvel, which I'm much more caught up with. You've got the last one would have been like with Iron Man, maybe. I don't know. I'll go back. I it seems like Iron Man would have been the last time that there was a conflict that involved like fighting. Except even then, it wasn't really fighting against a particular people. It was just like, oh yeah, this terrorist group, this made-up terrorist group. Yeah. Like when has a superhero movie focused on like real-world events? Frank being Frank says, don't get me wrong, as a military man, I'm a patriot and love living in the US, but we definitely need to do things better. Yeah. Like, why can't we just be like, oh yeah, America has problems, let's do things better. I'll even say the same thing about New Zealand. New Zealand has problems. We need to do things better in New Zealand. Doesn't mean that I'm anti-New Zealand, doesn't mean that I'm, that I support China. Like, no, I think that New Zealand needs to do things better. I think that America needs to do things better. China needs to do even more things better. Like, the first Captain America was about... Oh, yeah, So that's the only time, right? Iron Man took on a terrorist group backed by an American corporation. Oh yeah, that's right, in the first Iron Man movie. Like, but the only time we see that is in the comics. So if we're trying to do box office things, then if we're trying to do box office stuff, then why would Superman be fighting against China? Yeah, it's probably a coincidence that superheroes aren't that much better suited to deal with real world problems. Yeah, like the best that happens is allegories, right? Like, hold on. We can go to maybe Marvel. What happened in? Oh yeah, the closest thing you've got to any kind of real world conflict is with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Like, that's the closest thing that you got. Got to do better Senate. Like, because there was like Syria thing. Like, but very briefly there was like a Syria like thing where they had to not go into Syria. Anyway, like, let's continue.
He'd had to punch down.
Was he throwing a leg kick? No, that's a head kick. What are you talking about?
No.
You can't see the difference? I don't know.
It's a kidney punch? No,
that's the thing. You used to have to do the splits to fight supervillain do a head kick. With the Chinese, it's just like kicking a tin can down the road.
Boy, Wolverine's going to leave a lot of claw marks in men's backs. You're right, though. We were talking about this yesterday, though, how everything's literally becoming a Family Guy episode.
Right.
There's an episode where Silver Surfer, his wife's like, where were you last night, playing cards? And then you see the Silver Surf Ice go to the XXX gay gym. And she's like, oh, is that where you were? He's like, well, at least they know how to please a man. Oh, walk away. Like, that's these are cartoons.
Right. Yes, they're cartoons, but the issue here is they want to get rid of anything patriotic. And look,
what about Captain America?
Yeah, well, they changed his outfit. It's less American.
I know. But
wait, how did they change the outfit to be less American? Like there's a bit more white? Or do they have a problem with Captain America being black? I have not seen Captain America. How do you change someone's outfit to be less American as well? Like, how do you do that?
That's
right, he's gay
now,
too. Yeah, there's a gay Captain America.
Yeah, because that was accepted during World War II, when the guy who invented the computer was.
Wait, so I don't know about gay Captain America, where that came from, but like, does he realize that like there can be Captain Americas in different eras? Like, we like have even though Captain America was like initially in World War II, we've had multiple Captain. Like, have you not seen Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Like, Sam became Captain America. What's his last name? Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson became Captain America. Wasn't Captain America's outfit more Chilean? I don't know. I really don't know. Don't complain about anything, you know, like, it's not American enough. We need to be America because we're in America. Need to be more American. Here comes my nerd coming out. Did they change? Did they change his outfit in Civil War, but that wasn't an American in any way? That comment makes no sense. I don't know, like let's see. Captain America Civil War. Images. Like, that's like pretty compared to like Captain America and let's duplicate tab. Avengers, like, just a few slight changes, really. Yeah, it's. I suppose they think that this is less American. Maybe, I don't know. Like, that could be what they're talking about. I seem to recall that in at least one movie they wound up stealing his outfit from the museum. I don't know. Like, maybe. Potentially. Like, I don't remember that. Maybe I remembered certain events in the MCU. Maybe that's something that happened and I've just forgotten it. Maybe people may be surprised to learn that the creators of fiction may have been gay. Yeah, like, yeah, that's something that people sometimes forget about. I've also seen a video like saying, "Why isn't Captain America racist?" It's actually a decent video. It's like, you know, when he sees Nick Fury, it's like, no, mate. If you think that Captain America being gay is like unrealistic and everything, why isn't Captain America like? Why isn't he like a Nick Fury or something? He had a more darker blue costume in that one, I believe. Yeah, like, but like changing the colors like ever so slightly doesn't really make it less American, in my opinion.
It's chemically castrated.
Yeah. He broke the Nazi code.
Yeah, still waiting for the gay Captain China, and he was electrocuted. Oh, wow, that was fast. Wow. This idea of the whole we're global citizens, we are the world. No. Look, it never works. It never, unless we're all on the same page. This is the problem that I have in the United States. Let's find common ground. All right, before we get to the United States, finding common ground with people who don't want the flag, who don't want the anthem, who hate this country, let's be clear. Yeah. Leftists are not as American as conservatives. I mean that. Why? You don't like the flag. You don't like the anthem. You don't like the First Amendment. You don't like the Second Amendment. We'll go through all of them in another segment some other day. Yeah. I will say you are...
I mean, this isn't really relevant to me, honestly. Like, the whole... Like, this is more of American stuff, and honestly, not liking the flag or whatnot in America, it's like, okay, yeah, that's a thing that some people don't like. I'm like, but like, you're allowed to not like the flag. Like, just because you don't like your country's flag doesn't mean that you're not you're not the nationality of your country. Like, if I don't like the New Zealand flag, it doesn't mean that I'm not New Zealand or that I'm less New Zealand. I know that there's heaps of New Zealanders that are very New Zealand or very, very Kiwi that want a flag that doesn't have the Union Jack on it. There's all kinds of things. Like, just because You don't like your country's flag doesn't mean that you are not a citizen of your country, or not whatever point he's trying to make about it.
Are distinctly un-American. But let's go to international borders. How can we be on the same page with China? How can we be on the same page with countries who kill their people for speaking out against the government, for speaking freely? How can we be on the same page with Western Australia?
Yeah.
Where they fine you $5,000, they take your guns away, and they haul you to jail if you don't take this new medicine. Come on, no, we're not all on the same page. Let's acknowledge it. That's what nationalism is. I am not Team China. I am not Team Australia at this point, Western Australia. I don't fully understand I don't have a topographical map.
Right, yeah.
I assume somewhere there's spiders.
They're everywhere.
You know how I know that they are just whores after money right now on the left and they're not principled at all? They've been wringing their hands over Saudi Arabia for decades, telling us, how in the world could we possibly do business? How can we have an airbase there? How can we take oil from these people? How in the world can we do this? It's like, it's like an East Hampton clam bake in Saudi Arabia compared to what they're doing in China right now. I mean, come on.
I mean, you got people... it's like these people have never heard of leftists criticizing China. Like, China is horrible. It's like, yeah, well, leftists will criticize China. Will also criticize Saudi Arabia. It's just, like, what you've got is you've got a subsection of people on the left that think that China's like great because they are apparently communist, right? These are the tanky types. They think that anything that is communist or trying to be communist is like the best thing ever. And the rest of the left just disagrees with them. Crowder ignores a lot of nuanced view. Yeah, I got that from watching this. These are the guys who are threatened of their own masculinity, so they need to make fun of any changes that don't show men as Superman. Yeah. Like, it's one of them things where I don't like China. I don't like places like Saudi Arabia. There are lots of places that I don't like. But the whole international thing, there are international communities. Right? We've got an international community right here in the comments, in the live chat. Like, look, we've got people from America. We've got people... I assume that not everyone in the chat is from America. If you're not from America, raise your hand. Dominic Mahoney says, everyone criticizes China. The problem with these types of right-wingers is that everyone who is not with them is against them. Yeah. They don't show up because... Oh, is that because... Dominic says, I'm from Australia. Yeah, we've got people from Australia. We've got people... I'm in New Zealand. Exor is probably not from America. Graymore Ghost is from America, as far as I know. Andrew Clark is a Kiwi. Yeah, we've got people from New Zealand, people from Australia, people from America. Like, the internet is like the ultimate online community. Canada, Ireland. We've got people from all over the world here. Now, we can get on board with each other. Now, that doesn't mean that we need to just open our borders for everyone, you know, like... That's not what people are necessarily saying, especially seeing as opening borders for everyone right in the middle of a pandemic is probably going to be a terrible idea. Scotland, yeah. The USA does not have a left side invents one. The USA has a right of centre and a far right demonizing each other. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Essentially, here's the thing. When it comes to American politics, I prefer the Democrats over the Republicans. But Democrats are still doing bad shit, right? The main thing is that Democrats just don't change anything, right? Like, the Republicans will do some bad shit. Democrats will come along and be like, okay, yeah, the Republicans did some bad shit, but we're not going to do a whole lot of stuff because we don't want to upset people. And it's like, what? You're not going to change any of the bad shit that the Republicans did because you don't want to upset people? Like, we elected you to change the stuff that the Republicans did. You know, they're trying to appeal to moderates. It's like, and like, I hate when, like, even here in New Zealand, they've done that. Like the left-wing party, Labour, they've appealed to moderates. They're all appealing to centrist positions. It's like, this is why I vote for Greens. If you want me on board with your party, actually do the stuff that you say that you're going to do, rather than be like, oh yeah, we're campaigning on COVID. That's why I didn't vote for Labour in the last election. I voted for the Greens. Because at least the Greens like had outlines of things that they were going to do. I went through all the major parties' policies. The internet should be a great level, but everything gets lost in chat. True. According to Gen CB4 says, according to Gen X's, Facebook is a tyrannical centre for disinformation and censorship. Well, I wouldn't say that it's a tyrannical centre for censorship. I'd say that's a centre for disinformation. They don't want to censor stuff, because if they censor stuff, then it hurts their bottom dollar. That's why you've got so many people that, that's why you've got so many people that become conspiracy theorists on Facebook, because of the disinformation. I have right-wing views and left-wing views. It's crazy. I know. I think policies should be considered for merit instead of where it's... Exactly, Dominic. Exactly. Like, I have said that for a long time. I don't... Like, the thing is people will probably take what I was criticizing Labour as, oh, you don't think they're left-wing enough. No, it's the policies. The policies that I want them to enact they don't do much, right? Have they tried to enact good policy? Yeah, like building houses is good. Maybe they should build a few more houses. Maybe that would be a thing that they could do, rather than whatever they're doing. Like, from what I've heard, apparently their houses that they're building, they don't build as much as houses as I'd like them to. Far better than National's policy, which was sell those houses. National basically sold off a whole lot of things when it came to their own government. But maybe we shouldn't be selling off everything. Maybe we should be trying to keep all these companies that government. Also, one of the good things that I would like Labour to do, hopefully they can do it, is to include dental care. Okay, healthcare I think should be dental care. Trying to think. Dental care, mental health care, and general health care, as well as like surgery and whatnot. I think that should all fall under government-funded healthcare. I think it should. Because, like, you kind of need your teeth to eat. I know someone that lost all his teeth, or had to get a whole lot of teeth pulled out. Need $3,000 to be able to afford something to eat. Otherwise, he could not eat. Like, are you gonna eat? I want to be able to eat if I lose my teeth. Better yet, it'd be better if I didn't have to get to that point. I mean, I've got a hole in one of my teeth that I haven't been able to afford to go to the dentist for, because dentist prices are like a few $100s. I can afford to go to the doctors, but not the dentist. Doctors, I just walk in, it's $40, and I think I have credit with my doctors. Dentist, probably looking at a few $100s. Like Frank being Frank says, my home country of Denmark institutes a 45% tax, but they have free healthcare, free education, and 8 weeks of vacation for full-time workers. America should take something from that. It's just I like here in New Zealand, there are certain things that aren't funded by tax. So I think just a general doctor's appointment isn't funded by tax. I had to go to the doctor's the other day. That I had to pay $20 for that. Although I might have credit for with my doctor. I don't know. So I got this. I'm glad I got the receipt. So it says here, balance on account $105.50. And it's like, did I not need to pay the $20.50 that I needed to pay? Could I have just used the $105 on the account? I'm gonna ask them about it next time I go because I've got a few more appointments that I've to sort things out. I'm gonna see if I have worms. Hey, here's the thing: if I have worms, either way, it's a win-win situation. Because if I have worms, then okay, I'll get rid of my worms. I'll know why I'm so skinny, and I'll get more nutrients from the food that I eat. If I don't have worms, then sure, I don't get that, but I get bragging rights over Jason. Right? I can say, hey, look, I don't have worms. I got myself tested. That's why I've got this. I've got to put my poop into this thing here. So I'm going to do that right before the next time I go to the doctor's. Should be. I don't know if it'll be this week or next week. It really depends. A lot of things happening. I'll probably try and go this week if they can, but I had the doctor's appointment on Friday, and it'll probably take a week for them to get back to me. Probably not this week, but next week it will probably be. We'll see how it goes. Do you have worms that explain? Yeah, it would explain everything if I have worms, like why I'm so goddamn skinny. If I don't have worms, then, well, Jason is wrong about everyone having worms. Even though I know that he's wrong, it's just nice to be able to use anecdotal evidence. Be like, yeah, I got tested for worms. I don't have worms. Especially seeing as I do eat meat from time to time. You know, like, not your body being line that causes, like, that kills worms, or your body being acidic that causes worms. No, that's people like Jason are stupid. Doug says, I have a left-leaning friend that left the US for Poland. I was surprised, since as far as I can tell, Poland isn't exactly a liberal utopia, but he's been happy as it claims ever since. Yeah, like, I can understand, like, there's certain things that I can understand, like, wanting to live in a different country based not on the political things there. Like, if you move country, like, it's not always because of the politics of that country. Who wants to play chess, by the way? Anyone want to play chess? I'm gonna do a thing. I'm just open up a game of chess while I talk about politics. I wonder if the George is still here, because he random side and pop the link in chat, and I'll hear. I should hear it go off when it goes off. You know, I like playing a game of chess. I've actually, because of my mic thing, better than the words and Dune. Yeah, I've seen, like, oh, we've got I'm playing. But we're waiting for the opponent. Yeah, offline. Yeah, apparently they remade June or something like that. Waiting for the opponent to make a move. They seem to be offline. It says left the game. we'll give it a few minutes. See if they come back. Maybe they were surprised that maybe they accidentally clicked the link and it was like, oh no, I didn't want to do that. If they come back, then we playing. I don't know what opening I'll play. King's Indian. I don't know. If you're the one that clicked on this and you don't actually want to play, then let me know. I'll abort the game and then set up a new game. Frank says, as a father of four, I definitely think other countries could do right by my family's welfare. The US isn't perfect by any stretch, but it also isn't the worst place to be. Yeah, like I don't think that like New Zealand is perfect. Sebi says, Nick, you should get 5D chess with multi-dimensional time travel on Steam. Yeah, I need to get it when it's on special. Like that's the only time I can afford these things. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna abort game because set up a new game. Chess, play with a friend. Random side. Post link in chat. Frank being Frank says, I have one daughter who just started nursing school and two more getting ready to start college in a couple of years. That education would be worth the tax. Yeah. Oh, Paul's heart attack says, hang on. Oh, maybe Paul's heart attack was trying to face me and I've got a new link in the chat, Paul. You're the one that wants to play me. I like playing chess. It's a fun game. Maybe I should have like a lead chess competition or something. I saw the David Pac-Man one. Yeah, Eric Rosen one. But yeah, like I like people say, am I okay with my tax going to? Am I okay with my tax going to people that lounge around on welfare all day? Yeah, I'm completely fine with that. All right, let's play this. There's actually a nice line that I've learnt recently. E4, Okay, we're gonna go for the simp opening. Not going into that funny line. Here? Expecting something like here. Oh no, we didn't get that. Okay, cool. We have the opening. Imagine playing chess with Riley. You play with normal pieces. He plays with eggs. Plays with eggs and egg cups. Yeah, probably. Anyway, there we go. Oh yeah, we're sorts of both openings, I think. Alrighty, so the knights are displaced. But we don't have much opening for. If we go here, then the options there. You can trap the knight here. Okay, cool. Best option, can they attack? No, they didn't open anything, so. Alrighty, what have we got? This pawn is kind of weak. Let's defend it. Okay, let's strengthen this pawn. Let's take the free pawn. Check. There or there. We're doing well in this game. We're up a knight. Okay, we've got. Oh, we're winning the queen. Check. Oh wait, no, we're not. There's that move. I think that's the only legal move. Yeah. Okay, how do we do this? Where's my mate? Actually, oh, I have plans. Okay, we'll move that there. I have an idea. Got an idea. Not for mate, but to win material. Did you know that ABBA wrote a musical called Yes? It's really good, actually. Yeah, I have an idea to win this game. Alright, moving there. Probably gonna push there or something, I don't know. Anyway, let's win some material. Oh, I just realized it. Oh well. One move, which is good. Yeah, that's the move that I was thinking. I realized that it didn't win the material that I thought it won. Okay, but we have nearly. Oh, it's still got this square here. If it. Oh, but then I win material there. Okay, cool. Controlling this square, this square. Square isn't controlled. Could be a weakness. Let's go with another plan they've got here. Pawn can take if they want. Then I've got take back. I need to get this bishop out into the out. Oh, we can. Oh, there. Oh yeah. Now we've got like attacking on. So we're attacking. We're attacking here. We're also attacking here. We can trade the light squared bishops. I'm also threatening like. Okay, check. Probably going to go there, maybe? I don't know, like. I'm probably going to take this bishop. Let's take this. I don't mind trading off the materials. Takes, then I take. Okay, I didn't expect them to take. Anyway, I'm not going to take. I'm not going to take that. I'm going to withdraw my bishop back a bit. That's a point. Then some kind of. We're gonna castle here. Like we need to castle here. They're trying to attack this bishop. Ended though. Castle. They take the bishop, then I take back. But now I've also got plans like I'd have kept my bishop there. Like, he wouldn't have been able to move there because they would have. Bishop is undefended. Bishop's only defender is the queen. I have two attackers. I wonder how this is going to go. Wonder if my chess games will show up on Levy's Guess the ELO series. Yeah, I wonder what, like... I know that this game isn't going to show up on the Guess the ELO. It's not a rated game or anything. Alrighty, let's... If I go here... Yeah, we can... This bishop is probably going to have to move. Oh, no? Okay, traded the bishops off. Cool. Means that I can... This. Let's think about this. How do I go? I need to get that square. Okay, let's move here. Probably a bad move. Takes, then I can take back there. Trapping the square and then. Alright. That's what I wanted to do. Now I just have to move this in here or something. Unless they move their queen up. In which case, I've just got to move. Oh yeah, that was a move. Alright. Oh, and I also have like moves of there, then we can go check, takes, then we take back. Probably thought about. Oh. Oh, very nice. Very nice thing. Check. I totally expect this to be taken. Totally expect it to be taken at this point. I cannot keep... In which case I take back. PJC Net says not played chess for over 40 years since I was 10 and played for another. Materials. Okay, where's my mate? We need to develop this knight here. Probably develop to here to get it there. Oh, there's ideas. If I get my knight to here. Okay, let's move. Queen. Threatening mate in one. Is that mate? I was like, surely it can't be mate. Surely that's not mate in one, but it's like, it was. Yeah, like the, yeah, getting the getting that out would have been. I was like considering moving my rook, but then I was like, oh wait, king there, like very. I was thinking, okay, if I keep my queen here, this is. Told you got him. Yeah. Because my queen here, my queen here was very useful, and I was thinking, okay, that's mate if I go over here, by the bishop. I was initially thinking of plans like, okay, the rook would be kind of, I go here, and then I was like, oh, okay, well, what if I go, because that's not protected there, but I was like, oh, okay, what if I go there? Like, okay, well, if he doesn't move his king from there, that's mate. You go back. So if he had moved his king there, but I still had like there, then that would have been the only legal move. I'd have won the rook. That would have been check. It would have been here. Now I can go back to here. Forced there. There, would have forced there. I don't know where to go after that. Probably would have been there. Would have forced there. Basically, a big walk around the park. And then I would have been able to go there. Would have forced there. Then there would be, or be mate. Yeah. Yep. There we go. That was force mate. I expected him to threaten your bishop with the king instead of moving rook back then. He couldn't have threatened my bishop with his king. Oh no, he couldn't move his king. No, he couldn't. He couldn't move his king. So his best option would have been actually, yeah. So if this bishop does, yeah, I'm stupid. Like, he couldn't move his king because it was trapped there. This is forced. Like, the only move that protects it is queen. So yeah, like, and that just loses. That also loses a queen. It also stops the mate in one. So queen there, bishop takes. Sometimes forget about these things. These things are deadly. Bishop takes. Probably rook takes. And then from there, it's just maneuvering my rook to h6. Yeah. When he moved his earlier, he could have moved on there. I was expecting that too. Rather than, I was totally expecting to have to pull my bishop back and then bring out the knight. Oh well. I'll send another link in chat. Play with a friend. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, my bad. Okay. Remove this one. Okay. Whoever clicks the link first gets to go up against me. I like playing chess. It's a fun thing. One of the things where it really gets you to think, you know, like it's like the whole idea of chess, like, is that it's easy to just analyze like material, but you got to also think like what pawns are weak, which pawns are defended, where are your pawn, where is everything? Because you may have, I've been in games where I've had equal material, right? Equal material. Yeah, Jordan. I've seen the link in chat. Like, I'll also send him a link on Discord if you. Where is he? There we go. But oh, there we go. I don't think I'm up against Jordan, unfortunately. We're playing black. Gotta wait for the... You gotta. Oh, that's a interesting opening. We'll play this. Ah, shit! I fucked up. I fucked up real badly there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's. Okay, well, let's treat it as like some weird gambit thing. Yeah, we're gonna treat this as some weird gambit opening that I don't know. I screw up whenever I go for this. Keep on getting these two pawns mixed up. Oh, jeez. I don't know what I'm doing here in this. I don't know any theory for this particular thing. Let's go here. Okay, if I go there... let's clear open the side of the board. Castle. I suppose there is that, but... Yeah, probably, yeah. Oh no, we didn't. Okay. In that case, we'll play... I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know this position at all. Okay, we'll go here. Gives me space on this side of the board to launch an attack. Get our queen out, and so I do have should have moved bishop like to here first or something. Or moving there. Oh, well, we'll work this out. That blunders a rook, I think. Oh no, he's still got there. Okay, well... Okay, we've got ideas. Take, so then we take back, put in check. Probably there. The whole side. Or we have there, in which case we take back, walking thing in that. Probably gonna see that move. Probably gonna see there. In which case, let's move back here or something. Back here. Here. It would have to move back here or something. Back here, yeah. Yeah, then. Oh no. Okay. This is a bit of a protect. Although there are plans. Okay, we'll go here. Just takes. There. Takes. Okay, more attackers. It's going well for them. Bring. We need to. Need to bring the bishop out somehow. I'm just. Yeah. If I bring. Oh, we. Yeah. Some kind of weird kind of thing. White already compromised castling, black can castle. Yeah. It is a very strange opening. Targeting all the pieces. I'm fully expecting some kind of trade here. So that I haven't check here. I don't know. Okay, this also opens up like half the board for me. So let's go here for now. Let's get castling options on board. There, I'll probably take there. We've got a lot of options here. Pretty cool materials. I definitely have the best position. Well, that's good. Especially seeing as White's lost castling rights. I did screw up earlier on in the game. This is the reverse Dutch. Yeah, I was gonna go for a King's Indian, but then I forgot like that this pawn is the move pawn that I need to move, and I was like, ah, fuck. As soon as I moved this pawn, I was like, ah, shit. Moved the wrong pawn. Gonna try and take the center soon after castling, because castling is gonna be very important. They're not a bad player though. Basically, the only place that this knight can really develop to is here. Here I take. That knight can develop there, I guess. All right, let's castle. That wasn't a. I suppose I can go there and there. Because there I take. Goes there then. Just an annoyance. I can go there. It's an annoyance there, but well, yeah, that's very annoying. Okay, let's develop pieces, I guess. Target this rook protects this. So does this. This pawn's defended twice. Can go there. In which case I just back. But this knight is really powerful there. Okay, so we're gonna attacking that. Defended. Two attackers. Another defender on that. Ah, yeah, I could have moved the knight there. Now we've got. Here's a possible. Taking the knight. Taking the rook. Rook will probably come here. Or taking this. Like a triple fork thing, but these things are still. Oh, I could have moved like up there. What are we gonna do? Move there? Oh, that blunders a. I think they meant to castle. They can't castle. They've lost their castling rights. Take a thing. We're also good up on. We're also good on time. Got 5 minutes. Got 3. It's an interesting position. Did I majorly screw up? Or did they majorly screw up? Oh. Oh, there was actually. I realized there were fun positions. Oh, yeah, fun. Okay, I get the feeling that knight that pawn is unprotected. We can move our queen to defend it. I don't like the knight being there. I'm gonna move my back here. Take this pawn. Going to try and trap the bishop, possibly. Oh, okay. I see going on here. Moves. Oh, what's going on here? I just know that I have some fun moves this here. Attacks. I would have trapped the bishop. Hold on, let me think. Trap the bishop. Can't moves. Okay, see ya. See you, George. Thank you. This knight here I'm attacking. Yeah, I just won a But then it kind of destroying my hopes and dreams. How dare you? How do you kill all my hopes and dreams? Okay, but yeah, the bishop is kind of trapped there. Like, I can't move there or there. We're gonna take over this. Bishop is kind of trapped. Can't really get anything to, but I centralize a few pieces. Oh yeah, we can go there. Centralize piece. Control this square. Like B8. My king's not in a nice place right now. Alrighty, that's what I wanted. Okay, cool. I wanted that. That allows queen there. It allows me to get in a more crafty position. Basically, I'm in a far more crafty position here. Oh. Here. Queen has... Yeah. Queen has to move from there. Queen has to move now. Queen has to move, otherwise it's... Okay, let's pin that. Queen still has to move. That's a safe square, but Queen's probably gonna move there. Either way, I can win by either way, I win a piece. Oh. Or maybe I win Queen. Queen there. Queen takes is the only legal move, I think. And then I win the Queen. Sure, I lose 2 pieces, but... Oh wait, no, he can move there. Okay. And in this case, we can move... Here we go. That was mate. Good game, whoever that was. PJCnet, you seem to be pretty on... I probably didn't have the best moves there. I need to play sometime though. I'm gonna end up the stream for today though, so next time I'll have to be against you. I feel like you'll probably give a decent challenge. This one though was more... I was worried a hell of a lot because of the opening. I was gonna go for King's Indian, but moved the wrong pawn. Yeah. Sort of end game though was... Essentially, yeah, the whole idea of moving knight to there was so I can get it to here. Forking the queen and knight. Knight takes, bishop takes back, then I have queen to there. Or I could just play queen to there and then... Yeah. Either way, like, I was completely expecting to be able to play that, but games don't necessarily go in the way that you expect them to. And about here I realised that I have the queen had to move. I mean, I suppose he could have moved the king there. That would have given me a free rook. But if queen moves there, no free rook for me. King goes there, and then work out other plans. Yeah, I suppose I could have gone there, which would have been check, and then we get some weird things. Probably not the best way I could have gone about this. I tend to get a little bit overconfident when I'm up on material. There was one time when I was playing over the board chess, and I had this really nice position. So essentially what happened is he offered a queen trade. However, the queen trade actually gave me a decisive advantage because he had to go taller, and I was like, okay, he's offering the queen trade. And I was like, oh, if I trade the queen there, if I take his queen, we trade queens, that gets his knight out of the way of defending a particular square. So my knight was something like right here. I mean, no, my knight was probably here or some. No, would have been there. Would have been my knight would have been. All right, he had 3 pawns. My rook was here. His king was there, and his rook was there. So he moved his queen something around here, and his knight was here, right? And so I was like, okay, queen trade. I think my queen was about here. Took his queen. My knight wouldn't have been there. My knight would have been there or something. I don't think my knight could have taken his queen. Or it might have been here. Probably here. But anyway, I thought, okay, I'll take his queen, right? He took my queen. I moved the... Oh, I also had a pawn there and there. So I moved my knight to here. Oh, good game, Paul's heart attack. He couldn't take, and so I eventually took his rook, ending up, I was essentially up a rook, and that exchange there. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of having like a rook here and then my king here or something like that. Yeah, I shouldn't have made that mistake. Because he forked me, and I was like, oh no. I forgot this. Like, basically probably checked me. I think my king was here, moved to here, rather than moving to like here or something. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I think his knight would have been. Hold on, let me try and work out. I think it was here or something. Back to here, and his knight was probably there, and sort of moved there, forking my rook and king. Ended up losing because of that. I'm like, oh no, I had such a good thing as well. Like when you're up a rook, in an end game, that's always a great thing. Yeah, like I need to remember that when it comes to moving the king, you got to keep when it comes to moving the king in a knight against a knight end game, you have to try like there's a particular way. I think you move it to colors of the to a non-attacked color of the same color, because if you do that, it takes 2 moves for a rook to for a knight to be able to check you again. And so, even though knights are tricky, you do get that kind of stuff. Now I can just draw random things on the board. That's a fun thing to do. Draw random things on the board. I've got my birthday next week. I should probably just... I'm wondering when I should do my next stream, because I'm probably going to be in a different city to celebrate my birthday. Other than last. There you go, draw random circles. We've got a circly board. Yeah, I make mistakes all the time. I'm not the greatest chess player. And by no means am I a great chess player. I just find the game fun, and it's fun to play as well. And it's fun to see how people win against you. And I've been in one of my favorite games was a game where I was equal material, but I had a really nice position. Really nice position. It was just one of them things where I was probably gonna. It was advantageous for me to be in the position that I was in. This was on chess.com. Game is probably around still, but I don't know. One of the things I'll see everyone is here is I'll go to this and show you what I've been working on recently. And then I'll end up the stream. Rather than drawing on the chessboard. Okay. We've got to wait for this to build. Takes a bit of time, unfortunately. For some reason I thought, I'm gonna check my YouTube studio and comment. I become very confused by some people. Okay. Confusion abated. Alrighty. Building. Alright, so here we go. So what I've been working on. It's actually my 25th. I know it's hard to believe that I'm about to be 25 years old. I thought the joke is that you say celebrate my 2nd birthday in style, and I'll be like, yeah, my 14th birthday. I'm 13 now. I know I'm 12. I'm younger than MCToon, so I must be 12. I'll be turning 13 soon. Yeah, there we go. Yes, I do want to. I want to hear about the flat Earth. So, old man Dusty says, "Alright, looks like I'm going to have to flat smack you with logic." I mean, it is New Zealand years. And we end up with this thing here, where the Earth is flat, and so we can. Unfortunately, not everything works. Like I have to use my mouse mostly in this part, but because this is not linked, this button is not linked to this button. There's actually going to be a button in between, which this button will do, and then you got to scroll down to evidence. Yeah, evidence. All of the evidence shows that you're wrong. And it breaks because what's happening is that actually, what is happening? Yeah, there's probably something that I need to fix up here. But yeah, I'll eventually fix it up. And essentially what it'll do is it'll have a... So here, essentially you got both sides. When things show up in when things show up here in brackets, it'll be like you cannot mute this person or something. You're gonna have the ability to mute people, but also you're not gonna be able to have the ability to mute people because you don't have a microphone and you're flat smacking people in real life, not over the internet, and you're not Nathan Oakley. Because muting people is a very bad tactic to try and convert someone to your cause, believe it or not. So, you know, probably not a good idea to mute people. That's just my opinion, though. Nathan Oakley probably doesn't agree with me on that. There's also, like, the ability to give up. So, but essentially your whole goal is to raise the cognitive dissonance bar to... And you do that with all your different things that you can do. But yeah, anyway. That. Anybody liking what I've got so far here? Oh, also, another thing is that it's somewhat trying to be somewhat reminiscent of the back in the old days. You had very low pixels on your screen. This has very low pixels on the screen. It also goes into 4:3. Your 4:3 aspect ratio. So that's why there's black bars on the side. I mean, some games actually do 4:3 aspect ratio, like Undertale does that. When will the game be available and where can I get it? I'm hoping to try and make it available by the end of the year. I don't know if that will be possible though, because I do want to... Essentially, the next release is going to be 0.2. I've just basically decided on 0.2 is going to be the next release rather than 0.1.4 because 1.4 is basically still Chapter 1. Like, a whole lot of things have been added since my last release that will be available on my Discord. Currently there are versions available on my Discord, but they don't even have the town, right? They don't have the town, they don't have your room, they don't... What's the... Like, if I go to Discord and download it, what's the current version like? Current available version on my Discord like? Oh, we got people... Oh. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go back and do things, but if I go to... if I go to... Sophia Alpha, download this... Going to keep. Oh, I can just run it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so if I run anyway, so this is the probably close to the version that's down, and then run the open volume mixer. Oh, and it also has other music. We want to go to... Why is this? Let me bring this over here and pan this out. Oh! That's right, it was made with an older Game Maker version. That's why it confused me so much. Okay. A new game. Press. Like tutorial messages to... Oh, it is darker. Okay, no. No fall damage in the older versions. I haven't played the older versions for so long. Oh yeah, can't attack yet because... Older versions, like, there's so much different with it. I need to know if autosave is the thing in this. I don't think autosave is a thing, so I can just go through it without saving. Oh yeah, autosave is not a thing in this version. Also, there's there's a whole lot different with this version than the new versions. Especially like in the combat and all that. Oh. I need to change. Oh yeah, I have already changed things with that, I think. Oh, the backgrounds are different. Also, volume is available in new versions. So much different in new versions compared to old versions. So this is the old version. You can, like, I can tell you that there's so. It may seem like on the surface that I haven't changed much in the newer versions, but there is so much that's different when I really think about it. Like, there's even like mini bosses and stuff in the newer versions, or there's bosses, should I say? Oh, and I can I can do that in this version. I don't think I can do in the new versions. And there's also more music in the newer versions, which explains why. But yeah, I'm hoping that by the end of the year I'll be able to upload the next version. Oh, do I have magic? I don't think I have magic in this one. No, don't have magic. That's another thing that's changed. Another thing that's changed is the direction that the things go. So much is different. Oh, another thing is the bar down the bottom is... Oh, there... And that just restores health, so... I was worried there for a second. But yeah, that's basically the... Yeah, I can speed run the old I can speed run this in like... pretty quickly. I could probably get this version done in like... Oh yeah, this version doesn't have full damage either. I don't have to worry. Okay, so... Alright, here we go. There we go. And I'm not going to die from this because... Ah, shit. Okay, so I didn't die from that. See, like, there's so much things that the thing that I don't have to worry about in this version. Unfortunately, it killed my speedrunning time, but you know, I should get it done within 10 minutes. New version takes at least 20 minutes to get through. I think I managed to get it like in sub 20 minutes though. That one's an annoying one. There we go. Oh. And then we just go up here and then we get up to here, and that's 6 minutes. So yeah, newer versions that I'm working on here have a lot more to it. That's just especially if you go through those optional areas, because the optional areas take a lot longer. And that was one optional area. So that area that I showed you was just there as an optional area in the newer versions. So, man, yeah, we got some good things going. Anybody saying anything in chat? How many people are watching the stream? There can't be that many. 13. Okay, we've got 11. Alright, so yeah. Anyway, that's time to end up, and I'll show you some music for the game. As the outro. But anyway, leave a like and subscribe if you liked that stream. Leave a comment letting me know what you'd like me to do in future streams, what you'd like me to cover, or even send me things on Discord. It's always fun to have things sent to me on Discord which I can cover in a stream. So it's always fun to just have something to cover in a stream. Where is all my stuff? Where's all my stuff? Oh, that's where my is. Yeah, but anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching.